so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I take a breath, I'm not gonna lose. This is what I came here to do.
Keep on doing what you do, Rick. You're my favorite host. Favorite.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRradio.com. I'm Rick Robinson, General Manager, host of The Rick Robinson Show, host of The America Off the Rails Show, co-host of The Jen and Rick Show, The Whatever Show, The Rick and Morty Show, The Juxtaposition Show, and I think, and Going Mental with John Katz, and panelist on Manorama. Did I mention I do a lot of shows? Anyway, so we're here. We're live. I hope everybody's having a great Wednesday night. I see some of you starting to funnel into the stream, so make sure you are liking the feed, sharing the feed wherever we happen to be finding us, whether it is on my X feed, the Network X feed, the Rumble channel, the YouTube channel, the Facebooks, otherwise known as the Book of Faces, and eventually on every podcast catcher known to man once I finally get caught up on all the things I fell behind on when I got sick a couple weeks ago. And yes, for some reason again today, I woke up yet again sounding like Berry White chocolate. I blame the Manorama panel. I'm really starting to think this stuff might be learning how to be transmitted through electronics because Steve has the flu. Into the show anyway, and now I don't really feel bad, but my voice is just ugh. I feel like I should be doing like Valentine's voiceovers. Yeah, baby. Anyway, just kidding. Probably sounds even worse outside of my head than it does in it. But anyway, it made me laugh. All right. So let's get started because there's no shortage of things to talk about, of course. So there was a Doge hearing today, and there were some fireworks. That's what we're going to open with. So here is Pam Bondi during this Doge hearing, and apparently things got a little heated. So let's watch this together, shall we?
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. And this committee, based on this hearing and witness testimonies, will consider recommending investigations and criminal referrals.
I'm sorry. That's not who.
When Joe Biden was president,
I saw blonde.
his son Hunter was on the board of a Ukrainian energy company called Burisma. The prosecutor general of Ukraine at the time, Viktor Shokin, was investigating Burisma for corruption. Biden threatened, and it's on video, to withhold $1 billion of USAID grant to Ukraine if Shokin wasn't fired. Mr. Primorak, is USAID supposed to be used as leverage by a president to protect his son?
No, we call that corruption.
Mr. Primorak, in your estimation, roughly what percentage of USAID funding is doled out to bad actors or to efforts that don't have the best interests of Americans in mind?
I think what troubles me most is learning, I believe last year, following the hard work of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and Senator Joni Ernst, that USAID has been paying out over 50% to overhead charges. The Office of Inspector General of USAID criticized the agency for not knowing the overhead charges being handed out to all of these actors for $142 billion of disbursements. That is extremely troubling.
Yes. Mr. Primorak, Samantha Power, Biden's USAID administrator, openly spoke about her agency's efforts to promote democracy around the world. In your estimation, Mr. Primorak, is that what she was doing? If not, what was USAID doing during the Biden administration?
Let me cite the Holy Father, Pope Francis, who accused USAID and other donors of promoting ideological colonization, pushing a radical ideology onto the developing world that is anti-family and anti-life.
It has been asserted that USAID spent tens of millions of American taxpayer dollars to promote propaganda in Brazil in the lead up to the Bolsonaro-Lula election in 2022. It has been claimed that this funding was used to pass censorship laws and silence Bolsonaro's online presence, and even bar him from running for office in the future. Mr. Primorak, can you offer any insight into these allegations, or at least comment on whether the U.S. should play a role in toppling democratic processes around the world?
I think what we saw was USAID weaponized by the Biden administration and by Samantha Power to attack any party that was conservative. It just didn't happen in Brazil. It also happened, for instance, in very pro-America, Poland and Hungary as well.
One of the most extensive examples of regime change operations fueled by USAID is that of their role in the Syrian civil war aimed at toppling Bashar al-Assad. Reports from DD Geopolitics and other sources estimate that USAID funneled over $15 billion into Syria over a decade, covertly funding opposition groups, mercenaries, and anti-government networks under the cover of humanitarian aid. This included support for militant factions and propaganda efforts, often in collaboration with the National Endowment for Democracy. The operation culminated in Assad's overthrow in 2024 by Western-backed groups, with USAID's financial trails documented in congressional budget reports and criticized by Syrian officials as interference masked as assistance. Mr. Roman, do these kinds of activities carried out by an American agency make Americans safer at home, or do they risk embroiling us in more deadly and costly foreign conflicts?
When the agency is doing it according to the way in which represents American national security interests, it's correct. But when it's abused for political purposes, ideological umbrage, and sponsoring Islamism, which is inherently anti-American, it is the worst exhaustion of American taxpayer money that can be thought of, especially when it leads to the loss and danger to American lives.
In 2014, during the Euromaidan uprising in Ukraine, which led to the ousting of President Viktor Yanukovych, USAID is estimated to have spent billions of dollars on civil society initiatives that were allegedly designed to destabilize the pro-Russian government. USAID specifically funded NGOs and media outlets that amplified the anti-Yanukovych sentiment in an effort to align Ukraine more closely with the West. We also know that 9 out of 10 of Ukraine's major media outlets receive funding from USAID. Mr. Roman, should Americans' tax dollars be funding propaganda?
When it's pro-American propaganda, yes. But if it's supporting another regime which is inherently anti-American, no, it should have no involvement with that, which is the pattern we've seen under the Biden and Obama administrations.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to stop there. I think there may be another clip, and we'll get to that in a minute. But I want to stop there because hang on. What happened there? Anyway, that wasn't supposed to be that way. I don't know what happened there. It opened somehow the video got moved to the wrong thing. Anyway, so that's all right. I figured it out. Sorry. It's been a long day. This will be my 4th and 5th hour broadcasting, and I have like 8 more to do, counting live work and running boards. So Wednesday's my long day. So anyway, I take a bit of, shall we say, bit of exception to what Mr. Roman just said. I don't really think taxpayers should be paying for propaganda at all. And I know that's not a popular opinion, and I understand that because, well, you don't understand, Rick. They're just trying to make sure that things are, that things are done properly and that people know that America is the good guy, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Look, I get all of that. I don't really care. That's not my point. My point on all of this is I don't think we should be paying for propaganda, especially when we're broke, whether it's pro-American propaganda or not. Now, we definitely shouldn't be paying for anti-American propaganda, which if you haven't figured out what's going on with the zombie media, as I call them by now, I don't know if I have the time, the patience, or the crayons to draw you a map. Because if you haven't noticed, they're dying. They've been dying for a long time. It's one of the reasons why I started calling them the zombie media. But USAID drying up its funding has accelerated their demise. And you're seeing it happen everywhere. NBC's cutting news staff. MSDNC is cutting news staff. CNN is cutting news staff. You've got a lot of mom and pop groups like this one that are trying to grow while everybody else is cutting, and that's because we never got onto the government dole. I never wanted to be on the government dole. I still don't. I will take sponsorship money from groups that align with us. I will take advertising money through automatic programs like Spreaker and a few others that we have access to that will insert ads that I don't necessarily always have control over. And people can donate should they choose to do so. But I refuse to take government money because I've seen what happens when you do. Our media has been in bed with the federal government now for a very long time, and they've tried to tell you that they're not. They've tried to pretend to you that they are still the bastions of middle ground, that they are the vaunted fourth estate, and that everything they tell you is the truth, when in reality, they've been lying to you. Hell, Jake Tapper is probably one of the most vaunted people I know in the media, as supposedly this, this A plus kind of journalist. And he has spent the last 4 years lying to everyone about Joe Biden at every opportunity. And now that he's pulled the golden parachute ripcord, guess what his golden parachute is? A book telling you exactly how long Joe Biden was ill and how he knew all along. Are you feeling stupid yet? And look, I promise, I'm not trying to beat anybody up, but it's an honest question. Are you feeling stupid yet? Because you should. You really, really should. Because these people have been making fools of you and everybody else for a very long time. And I know it's hard to think about, but it's the truth. They have been using their own personal propaganda machine to prop everything up. And now that it's dying, they don't know what to do. So you just heard yet again from this clip that we were not only paying for propaganda here, we were paying for propaganda in other countries. So here's another clip just for fun. Let me get it queued up for you. This one is not as long, I know, thing, but it's still important. So let's get this queued up. And sorry, I thought I expanded it already. I guess I did not.
And we have identified over $122 million, which has ended up supporting radical organizations or even directly bankrolling organizations which are considered to be terrorists by the U.S. government. That's not pocket change. That's a jackpot for the wrong crowd.
Now, for those of you who missed it, we actually aired a good bit of this hearing today before we changed, a little bit of the hearing before we changed over to the cabinet meeting, because I completely missed the boat today. I thought the cabinet meeting was already over because I kept looking for the live feed and couldn't find it anywhere. So we watched a little bit of the Doge hearing, and then I realized that the cabinet meeting was live, so we changed over to that because, there was no shortage of news today. But I say all of this to you because one of the things that came out during this hearing, if you missed it, was they started outlining all of the different terrorist organizations that your money and my money has been supporting. And then they wonder why we want Elon Musk and Doge to take a chainsaw to the American government. I mean, they're having a cow, but it's what you want. It's what I voted for. It's what, as far as I know, you voted for. I mean, if you're listening to this show, there's a pretty good chance that you did. All right, so let's go into this article a little bit more. Again, this is from Red State. Going to go ahead and give credit where credit's due. Nick Arama put this out at about 6:03 p.m. Eastern time, so it's been up for a little bit. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Georgia, is the head of the Doge subcommittee, which is part of the House Oversight Committee. So you know that it's going to be a pistol packing committee that's likely to have a lot of fireworks as they expose and deal with a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. Green had a hearing on Wednesday titled America Last, How Foreign Aid Undermined U.S. Interest Around the World. Green kicked it off by saying that USAID has been weaponized to undercut U.S. interest abroad. And then it goes into the clip that we just played the first time. Roman also outlined what had been going that we had been giving to radical organizations and organizations considered to be terrorists by the U.S. in the tune of over $122 million. You heard him say that a moment ago. This is not pocket change. This is a jackpot for the wrong crowd. Green also had a written request at the last minute from Rep. Jared Moskowitz, Democrat, Florida, to waive into the committee for the meeting. Green's answer was simple and precise: no. Moskowitz was not happy and tossed a fit, claiming Rep. Green is scared of him. So this is like, I don't have it on the screen. Hang on, let me put it on the screen. This is Moskowitz claiming that Marjorie Taylor Greene is scared of him. And you can see it from his very own X account. MTG is scared of me. Looks like Comer ran into her office and told her to hide. She denied my ability to attend the committee hearing. Sad. Or maybe, as a Business Insider journalist Brian Metzger observed, Moskowitz had indicated he had no interest in the committee. The congressman also insulted Green. And this is Brian Metzger. And Moskowitz told me in December he had no interest in being on the Doge subcommittee. I'm not interested in doing anything Marjorie Taylor Greene touches. He told me she's not a serious member. Funny how that happens. Not to mention that Rep. Robert Garcia, Democrat, California, who was on the committee, previously said he had zero interest in helping Green and the GOP as far as Doge. So my question is, why would she have allowed him in the first place? Why try to make such a huge deal about all of this? Because I don't really understand it, but it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, I'm putting that back where it goes because that's driving me nuts. Okay, somehow I swapped some things around and I don't even know how I did it. But anyway, so that was point number 1 today. We also have some fireworks from the cabinet meeting. I guess Vance was on fire. I must have missed this part. So hang on, let's watch this together. So let me get it queued up first. For those of you wondering, I am my own producer and he is me. I could fire my producer, but then the entire show would go away. Some of you are cheering at this thought, and that saddens me, but that's okay.
I mean, look, as the president said, we're not going to do the negotiation in public with the American media. He's going to do it in private with the president of Russia, with the president of Ukraine, and with other leaders. And I think that's how this has to go. I think that I just want to push back against some of the criticism I've seen of the administration on this, because every single time the president engages in diplomacy, you guys preemptively accuse him of conceding to Russia. He hasn't conceded anything to anyone. He's doing the job of a diplomat, and he is, of course, the diplomat in chief as the President of the United States.
I mean, I don't think I could put it any better myself, if I'm being honest. I mean, this is the thing, folks. We didn't send Donald Trump back to Washington, D.C. for business as usual. We sent Donald Trump back to Washington, D.C. because everything was still broken. Everything was still broken. And now we're starting to understand exactly how broken it was. I don't know about you, but I don't want things to be broken anymore. Unfortunately, things have gotten so bad that they're going to have to make some drastic changes to fix this mess. But we cannot keep continuing the Washington insider usual stuff of basically continuing to do the same things over and over and over again and expecting different results. We want different results, so we're trying different things. Is it going to be painful at first? Quite possibly. Are there going to be things that may work out differently than what we expect them to? Yes, but what's the alternative? This country is dying. This country is dying. Have you guys seen the debt clock? That damn thing is spinning like a helicopter. Not to mention the deficit clock, which is nuts. We're currently running at a $37 trillion deficit. I need you guys to understand that, because that is an insane amount of money, and it doesn't seem like anybody can really wrap their head around it. But that's another thing that drives me crazy about the Democrats and all the millionaires inside the Democratic Party in Congress that are screaming about how Donald Trump is trying to do all these wonderful things for his billionaire friends and trying to give them tax breaks. Let me explain something to you, and I explain this all the time on my daily show, but I'm going to explain it here. Billionaires don't need tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. They either use any cash flow they have available to invest in something to help offset their taxes, or They don't even have any access to any cash flow because it's locked in a vault somewhere called a trust. And then they just pull out money when they need it. And guess what? No matter how much they pull out, that trust keeps generating money as if that money's still in there as far as the interest that it creates. So they have access to tax-free, interest-earning money anytime they need it. So quit telling me that billionaires are getting tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. Because we have tax incentives in this country for a reason. The more companies invest in this country, the more prosperous this country can be, the more jobs that get created. But one of the things that we've lost track of in this country, and I don't think that this current administration has, is how important small businesses are. Because another little interesting piece of information came out today. California's fight for the 25, because 15 wasn't enough. They're now admitting that it killed jobs. And this is something that I've been trying to tell everybody for a long time. When the government forces wages to go up, the companies have no choice but to pass those costs onto their consumers by raising their prices. I've lived through this multiple times in my life, and every time I've seen the same thing. When I was working my way through college and working in fast food in McDonald's and Wendy's, and yes, cleaning toilets, minimum wage when I first started doing that was $4.25. I'm sorry, maybe $4.75. Let me get that right. Then one day, the government stepped in and said, "We're going to give you more money, and we're going to make minimum wage $5.50." Everything on McDonald's menu went up 10 cents overnight. So that 50 cents per hour extra that I was supposedly getting immediately evaporated because the same thing happened at the store. Everything went up by 10 cents because it wasn't a natural evolution. It wasn't something to where it was merit based. It was the government forcing it to happen. If you remember correctly, under Donald Trump, for the first part of his administration, we actually had the reverse happening. Nobody was ordering companies to raise their wages. They didn't have to. The companies were in a favorable business models that they hadn't been in a while, so suddenly they're passing money on to you and me. At that time, I worked for the University of Oklahoma. I had been there since 2015. I got one raise at my 6-month evaluation, and it wasn't because I didn't deserve it anymore. It's because no other raises were available. So think about that for a second. Donald Trump stepped off the escalator in 16, was elected in 17. By March of 17, 2 months, 3 months, sorry, a little over, they were already starting to make noise about giving us raises. First raise took effect in May. We got 2 more over the next year and a half in a business model where we weren't expected to get raises because the country was doing well. Everybody wants to tell you that under Donald Trump, the first time was nothing but chaos and bullshit and everything else. And all I'm telling you is, from looking at it from where I was, the country was actually moving in the right direction until COVID. And now that we are understanding what really happened with COVID, you can connect your own dots as to what actually happened there, because I'm on YouTube and I don't want to get my channel yanked. And they've done it before. But I say all of this to you because one of the things that I heard in this cabinet meeting today, and I heard a little bit of Brett Baer's interview with the Commerce Secretary today, we actually are trying different things. Like, instead of just privatizing, I mean, we're talking about privatizing the post office. I don't know how well that's going to work or what is going to happen there, but they're also talking about making things more efficient. Like, instead of us spending $40 billion every 10 years on people to do a census, why not just have the people that are already coming to your house to deliver your mail do it? Seems like a pretty good idea to me. Hey, we've figured out that you're applying for Social Security card for your child. Why don't we just have that sent to you, and then we can help you get it filled out while we're there? Now, I get it. There's going to be some growing pains. Not all of it's going to make sense, but at least we're trying new things instead of doing the same things over and over and over again. And this is what we have had going on now for as long as I have been alive. There's only been one other person that has tried to shake up the status quo, and his name was Ronald Reagan. They tried to kill him too, in case you've forgotten. Because the status quo cannot be disturbed. This is one of the things that I think we need to start preparing ourselves for, because this Leviathan known as our federal government is not going to go quietly into that good night. It's not going to happen. They're going to fight tooth and nail. They're going to use every trick in the book. They're going to line up any judges they have in their pockets, and trust me, they do. And they're going to do everything they can to keep me and you from being able to basically be in a better position than we are right now. Because one of the things that I don't think anybody talks about enough is the simple fact of the matter that the government needs you and me reliant upon them. They don't want you self-sufficient. It's like I've heard all kinds of people all of a sudden talking about backyard chickens and small gardens and all these things, and all you keep hearing from all the city and the county people is, "Oh, you can't do that." Well, guess what? I live on a homestead, so I can do whatever the hell I want. And we are and have been doing those things. So we will continue doing those things. Speaking of continuing, there's much more of this show on the other side of the break. G is off today, so we are doing an extended, supersized America Off the Rails. So you've got me for about another 90 minutes. Then we go into whatever with myself and Stacey Lennox. Then Rick and Orty, which is myself and the Amish one, will close out the live programming over here. I'm still waiting to find out what Sean from the Edge of Liberty over at SHR Media wants to do. I have volunteered to produce for him tonight so he can put out some content, because he's been having some computer issues and it's been a minute. But I haven't heard from him, so I don't know what we're doing there yet either. So once I know, you will know. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq, Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
Yeah. An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow.
It's been an actual nightmare.
To oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez.
Dazzle me, Jeff. It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The midnight glances and the topless dancers, the gander freaks, cars packed with speakers, the G's with the 40s and the chicks with beepers, the northern lights and the southern comfort, and it don't even matter if your veins are punctured. All the crackheads, the critics, the cynics, and all my heroes at the methadone clinics. All you bastards at the IRS for the crooked cops and the cluttered desks for the shots of Jack.
Apparently, I forgot to turn off my camera on the break. So, yeah, I did that earlier today, too. Welcome back into the program. Oh, did I mention it's been a very long day? And we are here. We are live. And there's over 130 of you hanging out with us right now. At least on the numbers that I can see. There are some that don't show up until later. So, want to thank you for that because this was not really announced. I should have, and I didn't. So, usually if I promote a little bit, numbers get even better. But I'm kind of bad about that. I know. Interesting little conundrum there. But we're back, we're live, and we're over halfway through what will be hour 1 of this supersized edition of the America Off the Rails show. And I have to admit, for a little bit, I was kind of afraid I might have to change the name of this podcast. I don't think so, though, because for the Democrats, the wheels are definitely coming off. So I think it may still apply. I think for the next 4 years, I'm just going to be documenting the tailspin of the Democratic Party because it's happening. Because they've lost their minds. They have lost their minds. So, yeah. Speaking of Democrats losing their minds, this is from our friends at Red State, written by Terry Christoph. Elon Musk broke a woman's mind so badly that she showed up with bombs at a Colorado Tesla dealership. I think I've read this story, and I think I may actually take umbrage with their use of pronoun, but I guess we'll take a look because this may not be the story I'm thinking of. Even before Elon Musk aligned himself politically with President Donald Trump, he was a target of the unhinged left and its media mouthpieces for the very grave sin of purchasing Twitter, now known as X. I still wish we could change that name back. I'm just saying. Love you, Elon. They had grown so used to having Twitter as their personal online playground that they for years gleefully got conservative shadow banned or completely banned from the platform, and that they went into full meltdown mode when Musk took ownership. And not only did Musk take ownership of Twitter, he renamed it, restored banned accounts, some, did a pre-Doge era purging of employees, and worst of all for the left, allowed freedom of speech within certain parameters to flourish there. I am adding some of my own editorialization, so I don't when I pause, it's me, because I'm not giving him all the credit. He still hasn't fixed everything that he should fix there. I'm just saying. Oh, and he exposed via the Twitter files how the establishment conspired with the previous iteration of Twitter to bury stories that weren't favorable to Democrats. This is when Elon Musk began the transformation from tech and electric car maker to public enemy. Musk himself said he was now public enemy number 2, right behind Donald Trump. But celebrities and others, as much as they disliked Musk, loved their Teslas and proudly drove them as status symbols. It's when he started showing up on the campaign trail with Trump last summer that minds began breaking in a way we hadn't seen since the dawn of Trump derangement syndrome. It's Doge that broke them for good. How dare Elon Musk just march into DC and start looking under the hoods of the federal government? The government is their other playground, just like Twitter was back in the day. He took that away from them, and now he's going to take the government playground away as well. That just won't stand. He must be stopped. Some unhinged leftists, like Sheryl Crow, started with meaningless gestures like getting rid of their Teslas and congratulating themselves on social media. Others, as our own Nick Arama reported just last week, decided that violent attacks on Tesla dealerships was the right way to fight back. With one lot in Salem, Oregon, getting shot at and having a car set ablaze, luckily, no one was hurt. Hurting people, however, seems to be the goal of the crazy pants left, and one woman, 40-year-old Lucy Grace Nelson, after vandalizing a Tesla dealership in Loveland, Colorado in January, decided to up the stakes earlier this week and returned with explosives. This time she was arrested by Loveland police and charged with 3 felonies before she could do further harm. I could have swore this was a transgender person, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. On Monday, February 24th, 2025, just before midnight, the Loveland Police Department arrested 40-year-old Lucy Grace Nelson. The arrest was based on probable cause obtained through an extensive investigation, which started January 29th. The arrest comes after the Loveland Tesla dealership was vandalized several times, with incendiary devices discovered on the scene. On Monday evening, Nelson returned to Loveland Tesla while in possession of additional incendiary devices, along with materials attributed to vandalism. Detectives apprehended Nelson prior to further damage occurring. Nelson is being held on $100,000 bond at Larimer County Jail. Hello, Red State editor. There's a typo. Just kidding. It happens. I understand. I write for a living too, but still. The problem is it was actually a word, so their spell check would have missed it. That happens to me all the time. How utterly broken and insane do you have to be to direct your rage at a business that really has nothing to do at all with Elon Musk? He doesn't own the dealership, so she's only hurting the employees and the community. Death threats, sadly, are nothing new to Musk. He's dealt with them for years. Does Lucy Grace Nelson honestly think her pathetic attempt at domestic terrorism is going to stop the Musk-Trump juggernaut? If anything acts like this only strengthen them as more people wake up to the fact that a segment of our society is broken beyond repair. And I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I saw you posting about that earlier today. I really, at this point, I really miss being on OU's distro. I keep thinking about all the emails I'm missing out on with all the hair on fire. And unfortunately, all the people that I know that are conservative have left there already. The only ones left are staunchly like orange man, bad, evil, antichrist, blah, blah, blah. So I don't really have anybody. I can be like, hey, you should send me one of those emails they send you when their hair's on fire. I wish I did, but I don't. But anyway, yeah. I wonder how long it's going to stay a mild panic, though. That's the question. And a good question it is. Oh, hang on. I think I found something. I think, is this the clip? This is the clip. I really wanted to discuss this and I couldn't find it earlier today. So I'm kind of glad I'm doing this show now because Eric Swalwell got drunk and caught on camera, y'all. So hang on. Let me make sure. Well, first, you guys can't see it yet. Hang on. I can fix that though. I can fix it. I hope this is what I think it is. He looks pretty tipsy, so I'm pretty sure. Anyway, let's find out together. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure it will yield something that we can talk about.
So, Congressman, you referred to Elon Musk as a fascist at some point and alluded to him being a national security threat. Do you see that more of a national security threat, you sleeping with a Chinese spy, than transparency in the federal government? What are your thoughts on that?
Bang, bang.
What are your thoughts on that? What's Fang Fang think of that?
What are you doing? This is ridiculous.
What's fascistic about exposing government corruption? I mean, I know you're just at dinner now with a bunch of lobbyists. You know, they're buying you a bunch of booze, and you know that's awfully nice. I know you were talking about, maybe finding somebody else because you only like to fuck people that are tens. I just heard that one too. So what do you think about that? Do you want to comment on any of it? Elon Musk is a national security threat, but you sleeping with a Chinese spy is not. Is that correct? You don't want to comment on that at all? Looks like guilty as charged.
Oh, dude, like I said, it has been a fun news week and it's only Wednesday. I mean, let's look at this again. Here's a close-up of, and I'm going to get it pulled up on the screen because, of course, when I tried to expand it, it said, no, we can't do that on the screen. So you've got to go over to X. So one moment, please. That's not even what I clicked on. What the heck just happened? All right, let's try this again. All right, so you guys should be seeing the shot on the screen now, and then we'll kind of take a look at the rest of it in a second. But yeah, look at that face. Look at that face. Hanging out with a bunch of lobbyists. So he was having flashbacks of all the juicy details he just spilled within earshot of me for an hour and a half. So actually, we're just going to kind of start from the beginning. This is from Nick's order. Eric Swalwell panics when I ask about the Chinese spy girlfriend Feng Feng, otherwise known as Bengy Bengy, whether that's a bigger national security threat than Elon Musk. I sat next to a drunk Swalwell at dinner for 90 minutes. He was immediately compromised by a group of long thread. Hang on. So he was immediately compromised by a group of lobbyists he just met, spilling intimate details about his job and asking for help cheating on his wife. Seems like a nice guy. Massive national security threat. This guy should have his clearances revoked. Swalwell spent his dinner bragging about orgies on Capitol Hill, telling them he's bored of his wife and only wants to fuck tens. Worse, he spoke about he spoke about abusing his power on the House Intel Committee, which he's since been booted off of, saying he pushed to subpoena Ivanka Trump because she's, and I quote, hot as fuck. This guy must be removed from the Homeland Security Committee. He cannot keep his freaking mouth shut. After I began questioning him, Swalwell jumped back into the group of lobbyists to hide from me, but I pressed on. Dude looked absolutely terrified and 100% guilty and only 1,000% gay. I'm adding that part. He knows he's been caught. More to come later. I have about an hour and a half of audio to go through. Oof. All I can say is holy crap. Couldn't happen to a nicer Chinese banging asshole, though. And I know I don't have that particular clip loaded, and I've said it enough tonight that it's a rule. China is asshole, so I'll do it myself because I pulled that clip off to load something else, and I keep forgetting to put it back on there. So, and it's kind of a requirement. So let's see what other trouble we can get into in the waning moments of this particular hour. Let's see. So this is some more good news. I never thought I would get to say this, but I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of winning. Pam Bondi dismisses Biden-era DEI lawsuits involving merit-based hiring of firefighters and cops. This is from Mia Cathell at Town Hall. As part of President Donald Trump's plans to end racist DEI policies, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has directed the Department of Justice, DOJ's Civil Rights Division, to dismiss several Biden-era lawsuits involving the hiring of police officers and firefighters on the basis of merit. Oh, no. These lawsuits launched by the Biden-Harris administration unjustly targeted various fire and police departments across the country for using not standard aptitude tests to screen candidates. Really? They can't do that anymore, can they? According to a DOJ press release that was issued on Wednesday, despite no evidence of intentional discrimination per the Trump DOJ, only statistical disparities, Biden officials branded the aptitude test as discriminatory. This effort sought to coerce cities into conducting DEI-based hiring and spending millions of dollars in taxpayer funds for payouts to previous applicants who had scored lower on the test regardless of qualifications. American communities deserve firefighters and police officers to be chosen for their skill and dedication to public safety, not to meet DEI quotas, Bondi said in a statement. I keep wanting to call her Jane Bond. I know, I'm weird. Under Bondi, the DOJ is now dedicated to ending racial discrimination in the name of DEI and restoring merit-based opportunities nationwide. This issue is particularly important for frontline workers who protect the American people, according to the Trump DOJ, and prioritizing DEI over merit when selecting our firefighters and cops thereby jeopardizes public safety. Well, no shit. Just none. He really is. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up with the chat. You know what? You guys are both going up on the screen. They're still, they were commenting on the Swalwell portion of the program. And yes, he is and should change. Although, what should his first name be Craftsman or his last name? I feel like making his last name Craftsman would give him undue credit. So maybe it should be Craftsman. Well, maybe Craftsman should be his middle name. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We can brainstorm on it together. But yeah, Pam Bondi, for as much as everybody thought they were going to hate her as DOJ, so far I'm really, really impressed. Now, if she starts trying to recirculate red flag laws, we're going to have a problem. But so far, I kind of like what she's doing. I mean, you've got Tom Homan coming after, illegal immigration like gangbusters. You've got Pam Bondi dropping the hammer on states defying Trump's trans athlete executive orders. You've just got an administration firing on all cylinders in a way that we haven't seen in a long time. One of the funniest things is listening to the same people that used to tell us that Joe Biden was the most readily available president in history. And then you look at their comparative first months in office. Now, granted, Trump is even coming out like gangbusters against 45. So there has definitely been some changes that have gone on in the last few years. But Biden, by this time in his presidency, had answered a total of 119 questions. Trump is already over 1,000. This does not sound like somebody who's trying to act like a dictator when he takes the time to send people out and explain to you exactly what it is that they're doing and why they're doing it. When they put it up, when they put everything all out in the open for you to be able to see it. Have you guys seen the Doge clock? I'll pull it up after the break. Have you seen the Doge clock? Because there's the thing. You can go look at it and it'll actually count it down for you. It's like the debt clock, but it shows money that we're saving instead of money that's flying out the window. Now, look, I know some of these are savings that are supposed to be over the next 10 years. And I know some of this is contract savings that will manifest themselves much later because, unfortunately, cutting the contracts doesn't change the fact that the funds have already been earmarked. I understand how all of this works, but a lot of people don't, which is why the left is able to get them ginned up and freaked out and scared, and they've got everybody convinced that we're back to throwing grandma off a cliff, when in reality, we're trying to keep us all from going off the cliff. And it's going to suck for a while. I'm not going to tell you that it's not. There are going to be things that are going to have to be done that ain't none of us going to like. But I remember a time not that long ago. I mean, I wasn't born yet, but it still really wasn't that long ago when this little thing happened called World War II. And there were lots of things going on that none of us liked then either. Like women having to work in factories because most of the men were gone. And we still managed to do it because we knew it needed to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the last bastion of Western civilization. We're it. Britain has basically fallen. The EU has nearly fallen. I think one of the only things that might be shocking them back to life is Donald Trump looking at them going, look, we're not going to protect you anymore if you're not going to be willing to protect yourself. And I understand that. As somebody that used to have to provide private security for people, I would eventually start showing them ways that they could do the same things. Does it eventually potentially possibly put me out of business? Yes, but it also frees me up to start working with other people who still need me. The whole point of all of this has always been self-sufficiency and self-reliance. These were the hallmarks of being an American. You didn't have to wait for a king to tell you what you were going to do and when you were going to do it. You just did it. And look, I get it. The modern world is different than it was back then, but not nearly as much as you might think. Because look at what's happened in the last month. Yes, consumer confidence is down, but I wonder why consumer confidence is down. The media has been all over the place telling everybody what these tariffs are going to do, not mentioning the fact that most of the ones that are going to wind up sticking, if these people don't change them, are reciprocal tariffs, which means even if they leave them in place, as soon as we go, oh, you want to charge us 400% on our milk? Well, here's 400% tariff on your milk. How you like it now? And then all of a sudden tariffs start coming down. That's like Trump talked about one earlier today. I think it was India. Had like 150% tariff on our whiskey, and came to meet with him and was like, well, because you're starting to threaten people with tariffs, we're going to lower our tariffs to 100%. He's like, no, no. I mean, how often do we have to be taken advantage of before we start figuring it out? I mean, I said some of this on X the other day. It's like we're having our lunch money stolen from us, and it's being couched as diplomacy because, well, they need us. You know what? Cancer needs a host, but that doesn't mean you want the cancer sticking around for forever, does it? Sometimes you have to determine whether the partnerships that you have are healthy or not. And America is in a lot of non-healthy partnerships, and also instigates a lot of non-healthy partnerships because we cause shit all over the world. So it's not a wonder that people are wanting us to clean up our mess when we're the ones starting a lot of the shit. But you know what? We've been trying to get out of that business for the last few years. We really have. And it's not about wanting to try to be isolationist. It's not about America first and nothing else. It's America first, and we will still help you when we can. These are the points that we've been trying to get across because we are broke. Insanely broke. To the point where if the government was a household, they would have already had to file bankruptcy and foreclosed. That's how broke we are. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to admit it. Nobody wants to openly discuss it, which is why we sent Trump in and why we sent Elon Musk in with a chainsaw. When the left screams and yells that nobody voted for Elon Musk, yes, the fuck we did. He was part of the package. I was listening to the X stream when Elon Musk started convincing Donald Trump to create the Doge division to begin with and to tacitly put him in charge of it, which he wasn't actually able to do, but he still made him a special envoy. And for all the left screaming and yelling today that Elon Musk was in the cabinet meeting and was wearing his tech support shirt and giggling like a 13-year-old, you guys forgotten how to have fun, for one. For two, you didn't say shit when the cocaine fiend was in there. You know, the guy that was, charged with felonies and actually was convicted of felonies, hanging out in briefings. He didn't get pardoned until after those briefings, remember? Just throwing that out there. He didn't say a word when Joe Biden wound up having to run the only cabinet meeting dude had done in a year because he couldn't keep up with it. You guys were fine with it. Now, I will be honest. If after this, the Republicans start demagoguing the Democrats for all the things that we watched Biden do that now we're doing, and if things change back and when they start doing it again, I'm going to call them out for it. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is all sauce for the goose. But if you're going to be hypocritical after you've done this, then I have a huge problem. Because I don't have an issue with it. I really don't. I don't have an issue with Elon Musk being in a cabinet meeting. He is actually considered part of the White House team. He deserves to be there. Plus, it makes the left cry, so it makes me happy. All right, we're going to take a break. We are up against top of the hour, so we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. My name's Rick Robinson. This is America Off the Rails. This is one of the top 100 podcasts in politics around the country. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. And then whatever after that. And then Rick and Morty after that. Because I'm insane and I work a lot. Be right back. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is We have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at klrnradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot. I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero. I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
You know what time it is.
what you gonna do now? Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. G is off this evening, so we have entered hour 2 of an extended America Off the Rails edition live right here on KLRNradio.com. Don't forget, every Tuesday through Friday, I also do this in the afternoons, noon to 3. I think in the summertime we might be moving. I think I'm going to slide earlier. I was debating on doing like a super early morning show, but I think I'm leaning towards 9 to noon. So because we have another show that may be coming online soon that may take my spot that I have now. Because we're trying to expand our content. But anyway, so we're here, we're live, and in case you're wondering what the overall theme of the Trump cabinet appears to be, this is the FAFO era, otherwise known as the fuck around find out. And I say that because Harmeet Dillon actually had her hearing today, and she vows to enforce the law, and this is from our friends at Town Hall, against racist DEI practices. President Donald Trump's pick to head the U.S. Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division plans to drop the hammer on the diversity, equity, and inclusion bullshit being peddled by the Biden administration. And yes, some of this is my own editorial, so I don't hold Town Hall accountable for my language. As the Trump administration's civil rights enforcer, U.S. Assistant Attorney General hopeful Harmeet Dillon says she will enforce the law against those blatantly discriminating in the name of DEI. Questions have arisen as to how the new administration will crack down on noncompliance from federal agencies and federally funded institutions that continue their discriminatory DEI policies, practices, and programming in defiance of Trump's directive. At her confirmation hearing on Wednesday before the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dillon said that she won't tolerate the left's racist ways. Not in Trump's America. The Department of Justice stands for justice for all Americans, she declared. During her opening statement, Dillon said the promise of equal opportunity is being robbed from millions of Americans in the workplace by dangerous and oppressive ideologies enabled by corrosive government dictates. Dillon later noted that DEI initiatives like racial quotas have been used to deny Americans equal access in education, employment, and pardon me, and other aspects of civil life. We'll certainly be taking a close look at all of those, she said, and enforcing the law equally in favor of all Americans. Accordingly, as a staunch defender of constitutional rights, Dillon vowed to challenge legal rulings she believes are wrong or statutes she sees as unconstitutional. Committee Chairman Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican, Iowa, then asked Dillon whether she'd hold companies accountable that discriminate on the basis of race when it comes to hiring. If the facts support such a prosecution or a civil litigation, I certainly would do that, Dillon affirmed. In an exchange with Senator Eric Schmidt, Republican, Missouri, she shot down the idea of using the term reverse racism to refer to refer to racial discrimination against white people. Asked if reverse racism is still racism, she said, I don't even use the term reverse racism. It's just racism. And thank you, because the racism, I get it. There's like this whole leftist ideology that in order to be a racist, you must be part of, in order to be able to be racist, you must be part of a group that isn't being oppressed. And that's bullshit. La Raza comes to mind. Just saying. I don't even use the term reverse racism. It's just racism to discriminate on the basis of race. Dillon stressed that civil rights protections apply to people of all races. At another point, Dillon lamented how generations of young Americans have been denied educational opportunities due to their immutable characteristics such as sex and race instead of merit. Even now, in the face of Supreme Court precedent that explicitly bans such affirmative action admission policies. She extended the issue to anti-Semitism, sweeping college campuses across America, in which Jewish students are being barred by professors and prevented from entering classrooms. It's very problematic. And it is. I mean, this is just nuts. The fact that we are having to redesign our entire government to undo so much progressive communist bullshit is astounding to me. And it should be astounding to you. And I'm going to say this again for anybody on the left that is still buying the bullshit that the media and the left is peddling to you after look, they have been lying to you for forever. And I'm not saying that the Republicans are much better, but the one thing I will tell you is you now have 4 years of evidence of how badly they have lied to you. They told you for years Joe Biden was fine. He was the sharpest man in the room. He was running circles around everybody when he was off camera. Now you've got Jake Tapper trying to profit off the idea that the feeble old man pulled one over on the rest of the country. The problem is he didn't. He didn't pull anything over on anybody. This is why you saw so many people holding his arm when he went places. This is why you saw the prime minister of Italy trying to wrangle him like he was a lost sheep. You want to talk about an embarrassment of the world? Let's talk about an embarrassment of the world. That was us under Joe Biden because they knew that dude was in bed before noon. They could do whatever the hell they wanted to do. He made Obama look smart, and Obama's a fucking retard. Obama was off partying with Jay-Z when people died. Joe Biden, one of the very first things he did was go forward with an Afghanistan withdrawal that he didn't even understand how it was supposed to work. And then all we saw for weeks on the media was pictures of people hanging off of airplanes as they frantically took off. We've got hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment that was left behind, probably millions of dollars that was left behind. Trump touched on some of that today. He's like, most car lots have, maybe 500-600 cars. That's a lot of cars. You know how many vehicles we left behind in Afghanistan? Thousands. In the high 10,000s. This was the best these people could do. Then you have the disparity between the 2020 election and the 2024 election that still nobody's really talked about. Nobody can explain to me where 10 million voters went. And I'm being conservative with that number because we're talking about the same person. Remember, they rose up like the great hope to defeat Hitler in 2020. Where were they in 2024? He's still Hitler, right? That didn't change. Where were they in 2024? Where did they go? This is why they have been trolling you all week about these emails. Because they want to, and one of the things they said is we don't even know how many people that are collecting paychecks from us are still fucking alive. Let that sink in. So yes, it started as a really strict thing, and then it got downplayed a little bit, and then it turned into Elon Musk admitting, really, all I'm trying to do is make sure that everybody that that we actually get responses and that people aren't dead or that they actually exist. This is insane. I've been saying this for 2 weeks. Why are they mad at the guy who is showing you that we have been being robbed? Why are they mad about that? You need to ask yourself that question, especially if you're still questioning it yourself as to why we're letting them do the things that we are letting them do. I'm not 100% on board with Trump's agenda. I'm not a huge fan of the big beautiful bill approach. I think what Johnson did last night was masterful. And I think he made all the Democrats look fucking retarded. And I think that is an amazing thing because the Democratic Party is in more disarray than I have ever seen. The Democratic Party is in such disarray that now they are trying to build a grassroots movement akin to the Tea Party because all of their big donors have left. So now you have big names within the Democratic Party screaming that the Democratic Party needs their version of a Tea Party because they're the Patriots now. Whatever. All right, I just realized I don't have the chat on the screen, and this one still says Vamptober. I thought I fixed it. Dude, it's like every time I come in here, I fix all these things, and then I come back and they're not fixed anymore. So excuse me while I get a couple things taken care of, even though it'll probably just be that way again next time, because it's just annoying like that. But anyway, let's fix that. I didn't realize that screen still had Vamptober on it. That tells you how long it's been since I've used this screen. Anyway, all right. So what else was I doing? There was something I was doing. I don't remember. I have forgotten what I was doing. I'm having a Joe Biden moment. Not really. I just forgot what story I wanted to cover next. Oh, yeah, something else they're having kittens about, which I find absolutely amazing, is the White House basically telling everybody that they're going to change up how they handle things with the press pool, and that certain people's, what they call hard passes are gonna be revoked, and they're gonna have to request them individually, and everybody's having a cow because some of the folks, like Reuters and everybody else, is being shown, that you are not the top of the food chain anymore. And of course, they're having a cow about it. Why wouldn't they? Because they've already had their cash cows slaughtered, and now they're having to leave people off, and now their White House press corps is non-existent because they're not allowed in the White House or on Air Force One, and they're having a cow about it. But all I can say about that is sucks to be you. You guys did this to yourselves. You guys were the gatekeepers for a long time. You had a responsibility, and you abdicated that responsibility. You should have been telling us a long time ago when the censorship bullshit started and not left it to people like me and smaller groups to try to tell people about it and watch us nearly get crushed underfoot when we tried to. That was on you. You had a sacred duty, in my opinion, and you have failed in that. So I have no sympathy for you. None of you. As somebody that makes my money from the news, it makes me a little sad when I see people being laid off because I know there's a good chance at some point for some of the things that I do that may happen to me at some point. So I try not to revel in it very much. But then I remind myself that the difference between me and them is I always at least try to tell you the truth. My opinion may be interwoven in it, but I try to give you as much truth as possible, and I try to give you sourcing when I do it. And then I tell you if I realize later that I've gotten something wrong, which I've never really heard anybody do from the legacy media that doesn't try to bury it, or as I call them now, the zombie media. And I say all of this to you for a reason. These people deserve everything that's happening to them. They have done it to themselves. So don't feel sorry for them. Don't buy into their violin music bullshit because they did this. They decided to take public money that had strings. They decided to go along with censorship because primarily they were trying to stop what's happening right now. There has been a resurgence of media in this country that are hungry to tell people the truth. Yes, it'll be interspersed with opinion and try to be entertaining at the same time. But at the end of the day, we're still trying to tell everybody the truth because we realize that not very many people do that anymore. And that should terrify all of you. We don't hide our slant from you. We never will. There's no reason. But in the spirit of the fuck around find out section of the program, as we get in closer to taking our the bottom of the hour break. So this is from our friends at Red State. This is again Terry Christoph, written today, just a little bit ago. Actually, it looks like it went up about a minute ago. National security nightmare: how radical trans activists hijacked America's spy agencies. So I touched on this a little bit today in the afternoon show, but we're going to go into more detail now. Everything you suspected might be going on in the federal government these past 4 years is turning out to be true. Again, conspiracy theorists batting 1,000. For instance, if you thought radical transgenderism was being pushed on agencies and employees to the detriment of the government's core mission, it looks like you can take off that tinfoil hat yet again. One whistleblower says it's all true, and it's probably worse than you imagined. So, Red State's Bonchi reported earlier this week how National Security Agency's Interleak messaging program was used by federal employees to engage in debauched conversations about transgender fetishes and transitioning. This is from the article that Bonchi wrote earlier this week. While the mainstream press screams bloody murder over the Trump administration's trimming back of the bureaucratic state, shocking new details have emerged about how government resources were being misused. A new report from the City Journal has obtained chat logs showing NSA representatives, remember that no such agency group, the one that's not technically supposed to exist, NSA representatives, including from the CIA and FBI, using the NSA's government interlink program to discuss various transgender fetishes and aspects of transitioning. The report shows topics such as genital castration, artificial vaginas, piss fetishes, sex polycules, and gangbangs were posted using the government system. This is what your tax dollars were going to. On Wednesday, Christopher Rufo, a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute and conservative commentator, pulled back the curtain even more by sharing what an NSA whistleblower revealed to him in an interview. It's going to get people killed in the field. And that's because, as Rufo noted in the interview, the shenanigans at the NSA are high stakes. And yes, I know rules.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Wasn't my fault. I didn't say it. He did. So again, the shenanigans at the NSA are high stakes. The agency is responsible for overseeing America's digital intelligence gathering and is, in theory, a key part of our national security apparatus. The stakes can't get much higher than that. But apparently they don't care. The whistleblower explained that things started out on a small scale about a decade ago. A meeting here, a potluck there, couched as employee resource groups, staffers were gathered to discuss things like racism, veterans issues, and of course, gay pride, said the whistleblower. Then it started to get more and more. Instead of just one day a month, it was 1 week a month or the whole month. Things got really out of hand. And this is again an excerpt from the interview itself, and everything became pride. You could go into a training and it would be about privilege and how to be a better ally. A lady would give classes on how to talk gender neutral to people. You had analysts that didn't want to do the reporting they were supposed to be doing because they were going to have to report on somebody's dead name. They were having this crisis of conscience about reporting the adversary's actual name because they thought it was their dead name and they didn't want to disrespect the person. It was a cult that was hellbent on pushing gender ideology. When asked by Rufo about the role a clique of male to female transitioners played in spreading the trans propaganda throughout the agency, the whistleblower responded thusly: "There is a very small number of them, but they wield an enormous amount of power. And outside of the sick stuff, you also see a prevalent Marxist philosophy going on with these people in their chat rooms. They hate capitalism. They hate Christians. They're always espousing socialist and Marxist beliefs." Funny that. So the new DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, that oversees the NSA and has acted quickly to root out the radicals in the agency, giving a Friday deadline for identifying the participants of in the smutty chats. They can all expect to get pink slips. And I hope that's only the beginning. That's all I'm going to say, because holy crap. I mean, look, I get it. We don't want to think about how depraved the rest of the country has become. But this is one of the things that I have been trying to tell everybody for forever. I don't care if you're not a Christian. I'm just going to say that right now. I mean, I can't say that 1,000% to be true because I know what happens if you're not. But at the same time, it doesn't bother me because I can't let it bother me. But what I can tell you is that we are designed to worship. We have been created to worship. So where that hole is, something will fill it. They will fill it. There's no way around it. It's either going to be money or it's going to be stuff like you're seeing right now, where you have people that believe the state is mother, the state is father, the state knows best, and everybody that gets in the way deserves to be chewed up and spit out by the machine. And this is what we have been seeing from the Democratic Party for a very long time. And this is why they're so afraid that people are starting to raise up the hoods and peek behind the curtains of all their little special places, because nobody knew this stuff existed except for a handful. And I guarantee you some Republicans knew, and they didn't say a fucking thing because they had their hands in the cookie jars too. This is why I tell you there are no sacred cows. I don't care what the letters are behind your name. I don't care who you are. I don't. I only care about what you stand for. And if you're going to tell me that you were going to Washington, D.C. to affect change and to try to make things better, and you do not, I will hold you accountable. And if you do, I will hold you accountable because that's my job. That's what I do. It is a job that I gave myself, but it turns out it's a job that I'm fairly decent at, which is why this is how I make my living now. I do podcasting, I do writing, I do guest appearances. I'm all over the place because it's what I do now. But I do it for a reason. This country was dying. This country is dying. For a moment, this country is on the operating table, and we have a choice. And I've been saying this now for about a month. Our country is rife with a cancer. That cancer is communism and social ideology that has run amok. Now that we have the patient on the table, we have a choice. We can either administer palliative care until the patient passes away, or we can do everything we can to radically excise this cancer. You guys have to decide which side you're on. I am not on the side of palliative care. I still, for the moment, believe this country can be saved. That hope is waning, but it is still there. But in order for it to be saved, we have to get it back to our founding fathers' intent. The nanny state wasn't it. Being taxed into subservience wasn't it. Having a constant and ever-present subclass wasn't it. Most of our founding fathers wanted slavery completely removed before the Constitution was ever what is the word I'm looking for? Ratified. There we go. Almost said rationalized. But they knew if they made that a sticking point, it was never going to move forward. So this is the point that I've been trying to make now for months. I know we have a lot of people that want everything done all at once. And I really wish it was that easy. But you're talking about undoing over 100 years of shit that never should have been done in the first place. You can't undo it overnight. You just can't. So, yes, while I'm not a fan of the big, beautiful bill, and I'm not a fan of some of the things in the big, beautiful bill, I am a fan of Johnson making the Democrats step all over rakes last night, telling everybody that it was never going to happen, and then it happened anyway. All right, so we're at the bottom of the hour. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of What in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Talented Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home. You can be safe. There's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was established to secure these rights and for the good that comes from exercising them well. This is why the founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth and defending liberty since 1844.
Ready to learn some medieval combat, kiddo?
You bet, Dad. Let's do this.
You know, spending quality time with your kids is important, but finding a fun and safe way to do it can really be a challenge. That's where halberds come in. Halberds are the perfect way to bond with your kid while teaching them about history and physical fitness. Plus, they're a blast to play with. So next time you're looking for some family fun activity, grab a halberd and get ready to make some memories.
Come on, Dad. Round 2.
Halberds, bringing families together one medieval battle at a time. This commercial brought to you by the KLRNradio.com Ad Council.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
And welcome back into the final segment of the America Off the Rails program. And what better way to discuss the left going off the rails than just to discuss the end of the readout? We're going to take this segment over to our friends at This Week in Democracy. This will put us up to about 5 minutes before the break, but I feel like it's worth it. Before the changeover. So I think it's worth it. But anyway, without further ado, here are our friends from This Week in Democracy right here discussing the mass layoffs of MSDNC. Further proof the zombie media is dying, and they just didn't know it yet.
Joey, just wondering, do you think people with Trump derangement syndrome know they have it?
You're an idiot.
And second question, did you steal Trump's haircut or did he steal yours?
Ain't
Nothing changed, nothing new here to see. This ain't nothing but some political maneuvering. America, welcome to the eulogy, eat it up. It's called political buffoonery.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to This Week in Dumbmocracy, where we normally showcase some of the dumbest newsmakers of the week, and I'm very happy to do so, but not today. Today, I'm very sad. Today, I'm in mourning, because over the weekend, I found out some very shocking news. I found out that MSDNC mainstay Joy Reid, well, her show is gone. Her show's been canceled as part of a major overhaul at the network. Well, they've been having a tough time of it to the point where Comcast is looking to spin off MSDNC and, well, make them carry their own weight. It's very shocking to hear. Joy Reid's 7 p.m. programming brought so much joy to my life. And I'm not just saying that because that's her name. It brought so much joy to my life because Joy Reid was a source of endless content, just endless content, whether she was talking about Republicans in general, whether she was talking about race, whether she was talking about Donald Trump, Elon Musk. There was always something I could rely on. Joy Reid was my rock. She was a go-to, a mainstay in my life, not just on the network. Don't you people understand? While all of you are celebrating the demise of Joy Reid, I've lost a major source of content.
Cause I got no place else to go.
Have you no heart? Have you no shame? All of you out there celebrating this show's demise just because since Donald Trump was elected, her ratings have gone down 53%. Don't you understand that means that I'm lost? I'm lost without her. I don't know what to do. And worst of all, MSDNC is replacing Joy Reid, a balding black woman, with Alicia Menendez, Michael Steele, and another balding black woman, Simone Sanders Townsend. I don't even know if I have the will to go on with this show, but I'm going to do my best because I love you all and I love what Joy brought to this channel here. But before we get to our final tribute to the readout and to Joy Reid on MSDNC, I'm going to ask you guys to please subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss any other shows. And if you like what you're seeing here on this and any other video on the channel, smash that thumbs up button. Like, comment, share the show with your friends. All that really, really good stuff. Because all that's going to help this channel grow thanks to the YouTube algorithm.
This guy is a grifter.
As always, gang, thank you so much for all that you do to help grow the channel. You know, I appreciate all of your efforts. We've had a record February, the biggest month ever on this here channel, and it's all because of you guys, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Rumble, whether you're on X, you're checking us out on Instagram and Facebook. Whatever you're doing, keep on doing it because it's really, really helping. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. And for all you newbies out there who may be finding the channel for the first time, I hope this video earns your subscription as we look back on some of the moments where Joy Reid infuriated us, made us laugh, made us so angry we couldn't see straight, talking about Republicans, talking about racism, talking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Understand, I couldn't fit every single clip in there, but I hope I fit enough in to entertain you all one last time with our friend Joy Reid. One of the things I'll always remember about Joy and her show and all of her commentary, really, was her racism. She was one of the biggest racists on TV. She was really one of the best at being really, really bad, being a really bad person. In fact, her racism directed towards white people was so prevalent that we got to see through a span of time, which includes different hairstyles, just how racist she was, as you'll see in these clips.
In America, there's a thing about both white vigilantism and white tears, particularly male white tears. Really white tears in general, because that's what Karens are, right? They Karen out, and then as soon as they get caught, it's like, Green Waterworks. White men can get away with that too. And it has the same effect. Even as the right tries to politicize the idea that masculinity is being robbed from American men by multiculturalism and wokeism, they still want to be able to have their tears.
Damn it, Joy. Even now you mock me. I'm supposed to be eulogizing you and you're still coming at people like me. Why? What did I ever do to you? Did I stop you from going to Harvard? No. You got there on your own through affirmative action.
Let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action.
Did I ever stop you from writing homophobic rants on your blog? No. That was you all along.
Depending on who you believe, MSNBC anchor Joy Reid is either the victim of a sinister hack or someone with a long history of homophobic writings. The Daily Beast, which Reid herself writes for, reported claims by Joy Reid's cybersecurity expert fall apart, which led The Intercept's Glenn Greenwald to tweet, Joy Reid's own magazine published a scathing report proving the hacking tale she told is based on an utter farce. Despite that, we have Democrats today tweeting, I stand with Joy. Just spend a minute pondering what those Democrats are saying about themselves.
Yet you still come at me because I'm a white male? Is that right? How can that be right, Joy? And why, oh why do you continue to go after white women as well?
If you've been watching the news for the past few days or on Twitter or TikTok, you're probably familiar with the name Gabby Petito. But the way this story has captivated the nation has many wondering, why not the same media attention when people of color go missing? Well, the answer actually has a name, missing white woman syndrome, the term coined by the late and great Gwen Ifill to describe the media and public fascination with missing white women like Lacey Peterson or Natalie Holloway, while ignoring cases involving missing people of color.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joy. I'm going to have Joy Reid missing syndrome going forward because of what those bastards at MSDNC did to you. And to your staff, by the way, who are being told that they're being laid off and have to reapply for new jobs at the network. That's just wrong. They should be able to keep on that gravy train, even though Comcast is spinning the network off. Why shouldn't we all have this content to watch and mock and laugh at all the time? I have missing Joy Reid syndrome going forward from today. I'm going to especially miss how you treated race when it came to politics, especially when Kamala Harris was looking for a running mate. And you all knew that she needed a white guy, but she picked the wrong white guy according to you.
Gotta be honest and keep it real. This is not the pick that I expected that she would make. It did come down to the final three, as we understand it, and I thought she would go astronaut. Keeping it real. He, to me, would have been the safest, most conventionally safe pick. White, super white, like, mayonnaise sandwich on Wonder Bread, white. From a border state, he could have made a strong argument for her.
Maybe I was wrong about you, Joy. Maybe you are okay with some white people as long as they are props in your political game. I guess I can accept that. But what I can't accept, and what I'll probably miss the most from you, is your unhinged view of Republicans like me. Not only just a white male, but a white male Republican like me. I thought we had something, Joy, and now it's gone.
And then there is this other version of citizenship, which essentially says that the purpose of a society is not to advance the lot of us, but really to advance me and people like me. And I have no obligation to the greater society because anyone other than me should not be my problem. It's a really extreme form of great man libertarianism. It's Ayn Randism mixed with fascism plus a Brazil and Moscow chaser. So if people are poor or hungry, that's on them. I don't want to pay a penny more in taxes to help. Hell, if I play my cards right, I might be the next Bezos and take pleasure trips to space. Now, if I choose, I'll give to charity because that will make me feel good and me look good. But you can't make me help other people. It's a version of citizenship that depends not just on toddler-level selfishness, but on the existence of a group of special citizens who must always win and be appeased in order for things to be, quote, fair. and secondary citizens and non-citizens whose feelings just do not count. It's a society designed to make me, the member of the special citizen group, and people like me feel good all the time. And who are these special citizens? Why, they're white so-called Christian conservatives who feel like this country was built by them for them. And so everyone but them needs to suck it up and let them have their way, or else. And their party, the Republicans, have gone from pretending to be the party of personal responsibility to unmasking themselves as the party of selfish people who cannot play well with others. Republican voters don't vote that way. They don't vote based on economics or based on the benefits they're getting economically from the president. They're increasingly, from the Tea Party on, they're voting on race. They're voting on this idea of an invasion of brown people over the border. The idea that they can't get whatever job they want. A black person got it, therefore drive all the blacks out of the colleges, get rid of DEI. That is what they're voting on. They're just voting specifically on racial animus at this stage. It isn't about economics. The people I ever hear use the word inflation are journalists and economists, right? So that is not part of the normal lexicon of the way people talk. So it's interesting that Republicans are doing something they don't normally do, right? Which is not use the common tongue, right? Not use just common English to sort of do on their campaigns like they're doing with crime. But what they've done is they've taught people the word inflation, right? Yeah. Most people who would have never used that word ever in their lives are using it now because they've been taught it, including on TV, including in newspapers. They've been taught this word, and they sort of wrap this word around whatever it is that they really want to vote. These are the people who say the undocumented, who they get to call illegal immigrants, like the Pilgrims had permission to come here, have to suffer the consequences of their actions, right? They made the choice to overstay their visas or come into our country illegally. So if they get deported, consequences. But you right-wingers shouldn't have to suffer the consequences of your votes. We've laid out the stakes in this crucial election, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany or Franco's Spain or Mussolini's Italy, but also
I wonder why everybody
white-ruled
stopped
South
watching
Africa
them.
before Mandela
Seems
and
so
the black
upbeat
majority took
stuff.
control, or Vladimir Putin's Russia, Viktor Orban's Hungary, or Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela today, that suppresses the rights of women and minorities, uses the military to execute the whims of a strongman dictator, and controls and suppresses the press, education, the arts, rewrites history to suit a favored and dominant racial class, and foments extravagant corruption in order to enrich the dictator and his friends.
Oh, man. No one says Nicolas Maduro the way that you say Nicolas Maduro, Joy. How am I going to live without that? How am I going to live without the constant reminders of how horrible I am because I'm a right-of-center, white, male, Republican conservative? How do I get by without you? I don't know.
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
I'm going to miss so many things. I'm going to miss the unhinged rants like you just said there. I'm going to miss the ignorance of your statements about people and generalizing about them and your race baiting. I'm going to miss your meltdowns. I'm going to miss it all. I'm going to especially miss the way that you went after Elon Musk and Donald Trump, which we'll see after the break. If I just got to get myself together. I just need a minute, okay? I just need a minute. Like what you see so far? Go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. Also, leave us a comment and tell us what you're thinking. And don't forget to subscribe so you never miss another show. Okay, I think I can go on. I think I can do it. I can get back to looking back at some of Joy Reid's moments where she's being just so awful and creating so much content for so many conservative and right-of-center content creators that it was just an endless supply of joy, literally, for all of us. Like the time Elon Musk got on her radar once he purchased Twitter, now X, and she decided to call him a racist. I mean, who's going to call people racist the way Joy Reid does? It's never going to be the same.
The bottom line is, as you said, if they don't want to just be in the club. They are on the, they've been described as being on the outside of the culture looking in through the glass. But they don't just want to come in. They want to come in and be able to punch people in the face and walk around and laugh about it and then not have anyone be able to stop them. The thing is, the enjoyment they get out of being in this town square is being able to harass people, being able to attack people. Elon Musk, I guess he misses the old South Africa in the 80s. He wants that back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he does, right, Joy? I mean, you said it with no basis in reality whatsoever, so I guess it must have been true. I mean, especially now that he is actually working for Donald Trump and making the government more efficient. I know you hate that too, right?
Off the bat, Musk and Ramaswamy have already promised massive cuts to eviscerate federal agencies Republicans don't like. They want to cut $500 billion a year from the federal budget and fire all but 5% of federal employees. They claim, outside looking in, that the agencies have been bloated with federal employees who won't be needed to enforce regulations, since Trump is going to get rid of most federal regulations. So, get ready to enjoy unregulated financial markets, polluted air and water, and raw unpasteurized milk, likely without Obamacare to help you out at the ER.
Oh, that just takes me back. That just reminds me of how Joy Reid can just exaggerate things to the nth degree and fearmonger towards her audience and towards all of us, really, even those of us who never watched a single minute of her show during its live airtime, like me. How she could just exaggerate to the point of sheer buffoonery. That gets me right here, And the hypocrisy. Oh, the delicious hypocrisy. It's one of the things that fuels my channel especially. Like this example with Joy Reid with this hair, contradicting Joy Reid with braids later on, about the concept of my body, my choice. She's all about choice when it comes to abortion. But when Republicans are all about choice when it comes to vaccines, she still hates us. Why, Joy? Why do you hate me?
The Supreme Court is willing to reduce you to a secondary constitutional citizen by decreeing that control over your very person, your physical body, belongs not to you, but to your state. These so-called leaders are retooling their party in scorched earth fashion around vaccine refusal. The alleged Right to Life party that loves telling other people how to live is now championing the right to die. And along with it, the right to take innocent people with them by spreading the virus to their parents, their neighbors, and to babies and strangers in the Walmart.
Oh, what a hypocrite.
The same strangers in the Walmart that I guess you'd think are racist, right? I mean, I thought you'd be happy. I thought you'd be happy that we agreed with you about what we choose to put in our bodies is our choice. I'm gonna miss this so much. And I know I speak for everyone when I say we're all gonna really miss Joy Reid going at Trump and watching the continuous disappointment of Trump winning all the time and watching Joy Reid just circle the drain and go down the tube. Man, we didn't know what we had until it's gone.
Because while I will never gaslight you, I'm not going to be out here saying that you didn't see what you saw last Thursday on that debate stage. Because what I know is that Donald J. Trump cannot be allowed back into the White House. Full stop, period. Because Donald Trump is a dangerous, felonious wannabe autocrat who is vowing to release hundreds of violent insurrectionists from prison by pardoning them, to open internment camps on U.S. soil and round up millions of undocumented migrants to put there. and sick the Justice Department on his declared enemies. He has called for the execution of people he doesn't like, including former Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley. He has admitted he wants to be a dictator, like his favorite dictators, Vladimir Putin, China's Xi Jinping, and the dictator of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. And please spare me the on day one bit. They all vow to be only a dictator on day one. Donald Trump had one job. He had one crisis. He's saying, oh, all of these things were perfect. You had one crisis, bruh. It was called the pandemic. And you know what you did? You bollocksed it completely. You did so poorly at managing your sole crisis. The one hard thing you do, the reason he doesn't look old like Biden looks older, the presidency ages you when you do the job. Obama went gray because he was doing the work. Donald Trump looks the same as when he ran because he was playing golf the whole time. His one job
you think
was
that
to
hair
manage.
color is natural?
That too. But the reality is, he had one job: manage this crisis, and he messed it up so badly that they had to do the stimmy. People love the stimmy. Why did he have to do the stimmy? Because 1 million bodies are in the ground.
It was
because
Democrats.
of how poorly he managed an airborne virus. We are seeing a global trend of the far right surging. It isn't just happening here. But let's bring you back to the U.S. and to our local gangster, Donald Trump. He's not even president yet, and he's already spending his time sitting in his golden palace, Mar-a-Lago, muscling other countries like he's Tony Soprano with a social media site. Bottom line, this is how Trump operates on the world stage. He acts like he's everybody's boss, like he's the king of the world, which is bad news for basically everybody, unless your name is Vladimir Putin, the boss to Trump's underboss. The question now is, will any other leader stand up to him? And who? Who becomes the leader of the free world when Donald Trump ends Pax Americana as we know it?
I can't even picture anybody being Joy Reid other than Joy Reid. Can you? I mean, just the number of hairstyles alone. Who can pull that off? From
the number of
bald to balding to Donald Trump hair to braids to newscaster hair to short Karen hair. She could do it all. Where do we go from here? I'll tell you where we go from here. We must keep going. We must march on. For every Jim Acosta and Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon we lose, we gain an Abby Phillip or a Breonna Keeler. For every black woman on media that we lose, like Joy Reid, we get another black woman, like Simone Sanders Townsend. We mustn't dwell, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between, over the loss of Joy Reid and the Readout, a show that has been failing for months, that's been overpaid. Joy Reid gets her money. She gets her $3 million still, right? So let's take solace in knowing that there's a virtually endless line of buffoons and hacks in media that we can continue to talk about after the Joy Reids of the world are thrown on the trash heap of past legacy media. Good luck, Joy Reid. May your Substack be subscribed to with many lunatics who follow you, and may you bilk them out of as much money as Jim Acosta is currently doing right now. May your hairstyles be abundant in going forward on Blue Sky, because we know you're not on X anymore because you don't like that racist Elon Musk. And may you have all that you deserve out of this life after all of the joy you brought people like me. But hey, listen, that's just my opinion on this whole situation. Are you mourning the loss of Joy Reid? Are you doing a little tap dance on her media grave right now? Tell me what you're thinking about all this. And as always, like and share this video with your friends, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell so you don't miss any other shows here on the channel. I want to know what you think about this ode to joy, along with the other shenanigans and buffoonery happening every day this week in Dumb-mocracy.
All views and opinions expressed here are not necessarily of the mainstream media and may offend some.
Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the point of the program where I do have to tell you It's over, but in memoriam for Joy Reid, I thought this was an appropriate outro. Hang out in just a minute. Stacy and I will be back for whatever. She's actually already waiting in the wings. Stay tuned.
I can't give you back what's been hurt. Heartaches come and go, and all that's left are the words I can't let go. If we take some time.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Later.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Not really, because I'll be right back. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your
No, it's
friends
not.
and
Just hang it on KLRN
podcasters to
Radio.
see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can
Or you
find
can
Good
just hang
Pods
out
on the
here.
web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It is Wednesday, my dude.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. And we're into hour 3 of God knows how many, because there's so much stuff on after us now. But we're here. We're live. I'm one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. She's the other half, Miss Stacey Linux. And you are listening to whatever, the podcast for Gen X, by Gen X, that basically just covers whatever the hell we want to talk about. Good evening, Miss Stacey. How are you?
I'm almost speechless.
Almost? Wait,
Yeah.
that's rare. That's rare for you, so I shouldn't make a joke. Why are you almost speechless?
Well, I don't get to spend quite as much time on the X as I used to. And I saw something this morning that made me so mad, I could barely contain myself. They are trying to make themselves the victim.
And by they, you mean whom?
The legacy media.
Well, of course they are.
They are trying to make themselves the victim of the Biden administration. They are trying to make it seem as if the fact that he had oatmeal for brains was some kind of secret to the White House Correspondents Association.
Yeah, like they didn't know.
I wake up to the potatoes tweet that says CNN anchor at Jake Tapper and Axios correspondent at Alex Thompson are co-authoring a book about Biden, Original Sin, President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again. It's coming out May 20th. What?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Toni Morrison once said, if there's a book you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it, Jake Tapper said in a statement. That's what inspired this book. We wanted to know more about what we all just lived through. No, what you forced the rest of us to live through. More than 200 interviews later, Alex and I have a much better idea, and soon you all will too.
Anybody who buys this book is retarded.
Okay. The White House Correspondents Association runs the press briefing room. They decide, up until today, decided which reporters from which outlets were in the room. From the beginning of this administration, they allowed the president to carry sheets of paper with the picture and name lists along with what question they were going to ask. That didn't just start at the end. That was the whole time.
Don't forget the stage directions.
I know, but like everybody knew. Jake Tapper knew. Alex Thompson knew. Alex Thompson finally got the balls to write about it in 2023, so everybody's out there defending him as we're all trashing Brian Stelter's tweet. Oh no, Thompson actually wrote about it in 2023. Oh, like 4 years after the rest of us could see it on the campaign trail. Like, what are you even talking about? You don't get points for bringing it up in 2023.
Yeah, right.
Like, they were all in on it. Do you remember when Robert Hur came out with the report and said we can't prosecute him because he's an elderly man with a poor memory? Do you remember what the likes of Jake Tapper did to him?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Do you remember when there was clear video of him basically shitting his pants and shitting the bed? Cheap fakes, and how many times you heard cheap fakes, cheap fakes, cheap fakes on all the major news, kind of like you hear constitutional crisis, price of eggs on every outlet now.
Yeah, and even if you guys don't remember,
How do they even live with themselves?
I mean, they just don't give a crap. That's the only answer I have.
But it's like they're so tone deaf and so like in their own bubble. They don't even realize that the rest of us look like the publisher, Penguin Press, says the book's reporting makes Biden's decision to run for re-election seem shockingly narcissistic, self-delusional, and reckless, as if it was his decision.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was. Yeah, I'm just saying that was.
Like,
That was
yes,
never,
he was always narcissistic, but like at the end, it was just like his gut instincts coming through. It's like he died on national TV during the debate.
We have hyperbolically used the phrase "Hello 911." I like to report a murder. That was actually what happened on live TV.
I mean, he basically died on national television, and the entire media was exposed, and all of a sudden they're freaking out, going, "Oh my God, everybody can see what we've known!" And then they had to get him out of there. But we all know that they knew.
You know how we know they knew? The fact that they were freaking out about us seeing it, not actually starting to report it at the time and be like, "Oh my God, we didn't know this either. Now let's start really taking a look at what's been happening."
You're such fucking liars.
I mean, look at it this way. The only reason Jake Tapper is writing this book right now is because he's not with CNN anymore.
Tapper and Thompson hatched the project the day after the 2024 election.
Yeah.
First of all, it is now February. This book is coming out in May.
Well, that's true.
It takes at least 6 months to write a book. It takes several months to edit a book. It takes even longer to fact check a book with 200 interviews. They've been writing this for a year. They're just lying. There's no way they started writing this around Thanksgiving and all through the holidays and have a publication date already. That's not how any of this works.
I guess you have a point there. I keep forgetting that it's coming out in May.
Well, it's just they've been writing it for a year. Like, ask anybody who's written a book for a major publisher. Like, you can't have 200 interviews and be making the allegations they're probably making in this book and not having legal check it and everything else. And who's going to buy a book that Jake Tapper wrote? I still remember, like, back in the day when everybody's like, oh, he's the honest broker on CNN. Is he really? Because he once talked about the, like, death merchant up in Pennsylvania. Okay. Like, that's the only reason anybody on the right ever gave him any credibility. He talked about the abortionist up in Pennsylvania that went to jail, whose name I can't remember right now.
Oh, I don't know.
But I mean, that's it. Like when I first, Jake Tapper, he's the real deal. He can see things from both sides. Can he? Can he really?
Can he really? Are you sure?
I don't think so.
So speaking of breaking news, did you hear about this? Apparently, Pam Bondi was just on with Jesse Waters. She's made an announcement.
What did she announce?
Hang on, we might as well let everybody watch it with us.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, is when can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay, well, we'll
along
look for
with his
that.
co-defendant.
Absolutely, and he had help. That's for
He
sure.
sure did.
So I'll believe it when I see it, but we'll see. Because I've seen lots of vacillation when it comes to the Epstein list. So 1 minute it's we're going to release it all, the next minute it's we have to protect people, and now it's like, well, you may see some.
Well, if we really have 250 victims, I'm fine with protecting victims.
Well, no, I understand. Yeah, no, I understand that. It's just part of it with me is you even heard her say, well, breaking news, you're going to see some of it tomorrow. To now, and by the end of it, well, hopefully you'll see some of it tomorrow. I'm not holding my breath. I don't know if any of this is ever really going to come to light. I hope I'm wrong, but I guess we'll see.
I want every single name.
All of them. I don't care what the letter is behind their name. I don't care about any of it. I want to know what all of these people have been doing because, as you can see, this has become a widespread problem. Look at what's just been uncovered from the NSA chat rooms.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how broken is our country that this shit is going on at work and nobody knew? I mean,
they knew. They encouraged it.
Well, and when I say nobody,
people complained about it, and leadership said that's part of an inclusive workplace.
Yeah, sure it is. Last I checked, pornography is not supposed to be part of an inclusive workplace. I mean,
Well,
how
did you
far down
see
the rabbit hole do you have to go to make this stuff make sense? I guess is my question because I'm like, how
did you see the press conference today?
Which one?
The press conference with Trump and the secretaries.
Oh yeah, we actually aired pretty much all of it on my afternoon show today.
What do you mean half of the federal employees did not respond to the email?
Well, that's. I mean,
what do you mean half?
Well, I mean, in my experience, 50% response rate is actually pretty good.
But what do you mean half?
Well, I mean, in case you missed the memo, it was mandatory at first, then it wasn't mandatory, and then a lot of different department heads came out and said, "Don't respond to that. We're going to handle it internally," including Mr. Kash Patel. So yeah, there were lots of folks that were not required to respond. So then it became more of a voluntary thing. And that's when Elon said, "Look, really, I'm just trying to find out how many of these people that are collecting paychecks are still alive because we never hear from them."
Well, did you see the video that Kelly Loeffler put out?
I don't know if I did or not. Which one are you referencing?
She's walking through the Small Business Administration offices the day after she was confirmed, and they were empty.
Oh yeah, it's because everybody was working from home still.
Working from home.
Mm-hmm.
How much work was getting done at home?
I mean,
Here's my issue. My issue is that we are still processing employee retirements by hand in a limestone cave, and our processing time is impacted by the speed of the elevator.
Fun times, right?
Okay? No. And they spent $160 million to try to upgrade the process, and they never could. That's because the people who work there can't, because if they could, that department would be 2 people. And right now there's hundreds running around in a limestone cave. That's why you need an Elon Musk and you need the boys from Doge to go ahead and write the code so that a government employee can click a button on a screen and the retirement starts on the date they want to retire. This is not hard. This is how it works in every corporation in the world, whether you have a pension or not. You do it online. You don't turn in paperwork. The fact that our federal government is operating this way, and that is just possibly the most egregious example, but I'm not even sure it's the worst example of a process that is completely antiquated and completely broken.
Well, I mean, that
So
pretty much.
if nothing else, we require the Doge team to fix those processes. How do you have accounts payable that doesn't have the code of who was paid?
Interesting point.
Like, hello, is that how we end up giving like a $2 billion contract to Stacey Abrams for climate stuff? Like, when did she become a climate person? I thought she was a voter fraud person and a get out the vote person and a y'all's racist person. I didn't realize she was also a climate person. And what in God's name is she going to do with $2 billion of taxpayer money?
Throw a party? I don't know.
Throw an election. Well, you see who might be running in Georgia, don't you?
Actually, I haven't really been paying that much attention in Georgia yet. So what's going on right now?
Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Oh my God.
The woman who ruined the city of Atlanta, who let a little girl die in a Wendy's because she wouldn't kick out the bums that had burned it down. Oh, yeah. Thinks she's going to run for governor. She worked in the Biden administration. She has to run in 2026. Do you really think anybody is going to be able to wipe the stain of the Biden administration off them in less than 2 years? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, the only reason she's running is because, Stacey Abrams is like president of the whole earth now.
No, she's just disappeared. Like, she has no foothold at all in Georgia politics, best I can tell. I mean, Brian Kemp spanked her.
Star Trek Discovery reference goes right over Stacey's head as expected.
Oh, no, I knew what you were doing. I can't believe they had her on TV.
Oh, I can. That show was so terrible that a show that makes fun of Star Trek was used on the very last episode to retcon that entire thing. So, yeah, they made the entire Discovery timeline a separate universe at the end of the cartoon Lower Decks. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Calvin has a great point. It's literally impossible for Stacey Abrams to disappear.
All right, I'll give you that, Calvin.
I mean, he's not wrong.
You got me. You know, it's really impossible to disappear, that black hole in between her front 2 teeth.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, speaking
My
of
God, if the government is paying you $2 billion, fix your fucking teeth.
I know, right?
And I noticed that Mr. Burgum still has one eyebrow.
Well, he's got Bert syndrome. Don't judge him too harshly.
There's wax for that. It just always annoys the crap out of me when people with lots of money don't just fix the most basic things. Like, fix your eyebrows, fix your teeth.
But that's...
And if you got a big freaking mole hanging off the side of your head, fix that too. You've got the money.
That's why they have lots of money. They don't spend it on frivolous things.
That's not frivolous when you're going to be on TV all the time. We have to
I mean,
look at you. It's a public service.
Look at how much press they're getting from you because they have a gap in their teeth and a unibrow.
Dude, Stacey Abrams doesn't even need to like put a fork in her mouth. Her food could just crawl through that hole.
I mean, just because she looks remarkably like a well done Jabba the Hutt, that's beside the point.
No, Florida.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know. Yeah, Amish in the chat. She generates her own gravity. That's like calling the moon the president of the earth.
Wow. I miss you, Orty.
Yeah. Oh.
I miss Orty.
Well, you know, if you poke your head into the work chat once in a while, you might actually see him. Oh.
Look. Look. I've been working 2 jobs for the last 3 weeks. You're lucky I'm here.
Should we break out some should we break out some sad violin music for you? Would that make you feel better?
No.
Okay.
You don't miss me nearly as much as I miss you, Orty. But anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else. Like, and I don't know what was up with Bobby Kennedy's voice today. It was so much worse than it normally was. And what stupid reporter didn't know he has that thing with his vocal cords?
Oh yeah, I thought that was hilarious. They're like, "What's
do you
going
have
on
a
with
cold?" He's like, "No, it's like this all the time."
He's like, "No, I have a perpetually bad throat."
I'm like, are you stupid? Like, I know you guys kept him off the media, but you've never seen any tape of him? Like, really? Oh my goodness. And I love how, like, during the whole press conference, the president's just flanked by, like, because I've decided that the president has not staffed an administration, he's casted it.
Pretty much.
I mean, you got Pete Hegseth sitting on the right-hand side of him if you're looking at the screen. And just so he doesn't look like a kid out of high school, he's letting the silver threads come through. So he's a little bit salt and pepper, which gives him a little more credibility, right?
Yeah.
Marco Rubio apparently doesn't have a gray hair in his head because he still looks like a kid. Yeah. Big problem I had with something he said today, though.
Which one?
Somebody has got to get this man in line. I'm going to go all Steve Bannon here for a minute, I guess. Okay. I get the idea of the gold card. All right. I want it to be people that are going to come over here and invest their own money in America. He added, it could be the company buys it for this really smart college student from overseas, and then started talking about kids from China. No kid from China comes to school here unless their parents are involved with the CCP. No, we don't want them. I don't give a shit how smart they are. They're going to come steal our IP and take it home. They're not staying. They can't. So can we all just recognize in the federal government that when those kids are sent here, they're sent here to spy? That's what they do.
The Commerce Secretary kind of walked some of that back later in the afternoon when he was on with Brett Baer, and he basically talked about there would be an extreme vetting process even for the people that had the $5 million to pony up. So I'm hoping
there better
that
be an extreme vetting process.
But
I don't need a bunch of Qatari millionaires over here buying residency. I really don't need that.
I guess we'll see what happens, but I think there's probably going to be some over. At least I would hope so. Now, my concern is even if there's oversight for now, how is this going to be abused later is my problem, because you have to remember Trump is only going to be in office for 4 years. No matter how good of a job he does, eventually, and hopefully it's a long ways down the way, the pendulum's going to start swinging back the other way.
Here's what I hope. I hope he opens the program for 3 years, it pays off the national debt, and then he cuts it off.
I mean, that would be absolutely amazing, but that wouldn't stop another president from doing it again, though.
Yeah, I know. I just, yeah. Hopefully the Commerce Secretary gets his head screwed on straight. Because I know that Marco Rubio takes China very seriously. So he was probably sitting there going, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You didn't just really say that out loud. And you can never tell what Trump is saying as part of a public comment, as a negotiating thing. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
like
yeah,
he said in the press conference today, I think Canada should be our 51st state. Yeah, so do I.
Well, I mean, so there's kind of a recurring theme that I've noticed that's emerging. Never take Trump literally, but always take him seriously because he's usually working an angle somewhere. I was like, everybody was
No.
beating.
Well, it's like, did you see the video that he put on his timeline on Truth Social?
I don't think I did. I don't really pay that much attention to his Truth Social.
Trump Gaza.
Oh yeah, I saw that, but I didn't see it from his timeline.
Oh my god, that is such a freaking epic troll. Elon over there, him and Netanyahu on the beach. Yeah. But that is to like kick the Gulf states in the ass, going, guys, I'm waiting for a plan.
Pretty much
for a plan. Stage one of the plan is over here quick. We need to know what to do about stage 2. So what's your plan? Because I'm not really doing this. It's like just to kick you guys in the ass to make you do something. Because nobody in the Arab world wants America on the Gaza Strip. Trump knows that. So what are Saudi and UAE going to do with the mess they've made?
I don't know, but they better figure something out.
They really need to. The UN is already in Gaza, Raptor.
Not that it helps anything, but they're there.
No, I mean the UN is Gaza. I mean, like the UN is made up of some of the worst regimes in the world. They like say terrible things about the West all the time because it's the one place these horrible countries have an equal voice, and it's just a stupid organization. We should disband it, send all the ambassadors and all of their children home, and turn it into homeless veteran housing. We could house a whole lot of homeless veterans in the UN building.
True enough.
I'm just saying. Make it a parking lot. I really don't care, but I am so sick of funding that thing. You want to look at waste, fraud, and abuse? Elon, I got something for Doge to look at. The United Nations payee code. Could you look at that one?
Dude, there's so many things that I want Doge to just, go in and start running under the microscope just because there's just so much going on. But
they haven't even gotten into HHS yet.
That's anyway. So did you hear about this?
But what?
So you heard about the dust up between the governor of Maine and Donald Trump at the governor's, right? So apparently a Maine state
He's gonna lose.
So apparently a Maine state rep has actually been silenced and censured because she tried to speak out to protect women. So this is from PJ Media, just going to kind of give a quick overview. Most people seem to be getting on board with the idea that girls and women's sports should be for, well, girls and women. The state of Maine, however, isn't playing along, and apparently the state's politicians are taking it so far that anyone who does dare stand up for biological women who do not want to compete against men must be silenced. Rep. Laura Libby was actually one of those people. A Republican who represents Maine's 64th district has served in the State House of Representatives since 2020, but currently she's unable to vote or speak on the House floor unless she issues an apology. Her specific crime? Pointing out that a high school boy named John turned Katie won the girls' pole vaulting state championship in Maine the year before. He participated as a boy pole vaulter and came in 5th place. So, yeah, talk about Handmaid's Tale.
Oh. Yeah. Kevin Sorbo's reaction to the Epstein files was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. I don't want to get too excited, but I'm really hoping that
dude.
Some of it.
Not 3 minutes after we hit the 50 mark for Kash Patel, because I knew that JD Vance would break any tie. I'm like, "Where's the Epstein files?"
Oh, I know.
Watch.
I've been posting it every day for the last several days. Where are the files? Where are they at?
I don't
Today,
really care. This may sound terrible. I don't care about the JFK files. We all know the CIA killed him. Sorry. Like, would it be nice to have some kind of closure on it as a nation? Yeah, probably. But I mean, my mother was in middle school when it happened, and she's, well into her 70s. There's like,
here's one of the things that kind of trips me out about that whole thing, right? Because right before the FBI said, "Oh, pump the brakes, we found like 14,500 more pages of info," you had a Senate Congress critter talking about the fact that they could now verify that there was potentially a second shooter, and it got zero press. Like nobody was talking about it. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like I couldn't believe like every conspiracy theorist in the country wasn't taking a victory lap over the fact that a Senate Congress critter was like, "Yeah, there was a second shooter. We know it now." And no, crickets. Kind of like, 2,000, 2,500 Christians being beheaded overseas. Nobody's talking about it. Like, kind of like there's things that should be being discussed and they are not. And I'm starting to wonder why.
Okay, but don't you just look at the fact that he got shot and his brother got shot, and they had a lot of the same ideas. They had a lot of the same ideas, and Teddy turned into a drunk. Like, don't you just look at that and say, yeah, something they were doing was poking the wrong people in the eye?
Well, I'm going to say what I always say. There's no such thing as coincidence. And the fact that that entire family got turned to shit tells me something was going on.
Well, I don't know. I just know that I am much more interested in Epstein than I am in JFK.
Oh, I mean, yeah, me too. But at the same time, it would be nice to finally know the entire story. I just find it interesting that they're finally talking about releasing it now that pretty much anybody that was alive that had any knowledge about it doesn't exist anymore. They're gone. So I think that's part of the reason why they're finally going to let the cat out of the bag, if they ever do. Because I mean, I still firmly believe that we're never going to get the entire story on any of these things, but I think we are going to get enough pieces to maybe satiate a few people. I just don't really know. I don't trust the government any further than I can throw them. I don't care who's in charge of it because, as we've already seen, there is a giant bureaucracy behind the scenes that is actually the ones running everything. So until we actually clean all of that out, I don't trust anybody. And right now, we have this new thing that apparently exists outside of our Constitution because it's not about the judiciary being an equal branch of the government. Now they're speaking of the judiciary as if it has some sort of supremacy built into the Constitution where it can override anything and everything that a sitting president tries to do as long as they disagree with what that sitting president is trying to do. I also don't believe that anything's really going to happen about any of these judges being impeached because it would be pointless to do so because most of these rulings are not going to stand. It will take a while for us to get all of it done and taken care of. But when they go to the Supreme Court, there's no way any of this is going to stand. What I find the most funny.
The judges are supposed to be ruling on a dispute over policy between the branches of government, not ruling on an activist complaint that they don't like what the executive branch is doing. So I think the Supreme Court needs to redefine what the job of the district courts and what the job of the lower federal courts is. This is not your job.
But what I find the most amusing is all of the same people just a few short months ago that were telling Joe Biden to ignore the courts and do everything that he wanted to do because according to the Supreme Court, a sitting president is now powerful, are now the same ones saying, but Donald Trump can't do these things because the court said that he can't.
And what's even more frustrating is it's not that it's really any president but Donald Trump could do this stuff.
Oh, I know. That is what makes it all a lot more frustrating. Because everybody seems to forget that it was originally one William Jefferson Clinton and Al Gore that wanted to trim a lot of fat within the government and told everybody they were going to do so. It's funny how that used to be a Democratic ideology. Now it's not cool again. I mean, now granted, that's like that's like 2 generations ago at this point, and I understand that. But at the same time, has their party really shifted that far to the left that they're still right now lambasting the guy who is pointing out the robbers in the lineup for pointing out the robbers in the lineup instead of being pissed off at the robbers? That's the part I can't wrap my head around. I really can't. I'm glad that Elon Musk is doing what Elon Musk is doing. I'm glad that Doge is doing what Doge is doing. Do I wish we had to go to some of the do I wish we didn't have to go to some of these extremes? Yes, but the problem is all of this has gone on for way too long. And we have a choice. We can, and I said some of this today on the shows that I've done previously. We can either keep doing things the way we've always done them and wait for this country to die, or we can actually start trying to do things differently. While I'm not going to agree with everything that they propose, a lot of this is are not terrible ideas. We should be finding ways to make the government more efficient. We should be finding ways to make it a hell of a lot smaller than it is. And I'm sorry, I still fervently disagree with government employees being put on the employment rolls because they don't produce anything. We're paying them with money that we've already earned. They should have never been included in any of those numbers because they're a drain on the economy to begin with. Because that's the other thing that everybody's screaming and yelling about now is with all the people that are being laid off and taking the buyouts, all the unemployment numbers are about to go nuts. I'm like, and I don't really care. Those people shouldn't be on the employment rules to begin with. They're being paid with my money. Why the hell do they get to be counted as employed when they're being paid with my money? I'm not their boss. So it's not like I'm generating money that from some sort of, resource or something that's paying them. They're getting my tax money. And they're using my tax money for shit that I don't want them to be using it for. The other thing that drives me crazy with what I call now USSAID. Because think about that. That is actually something that was started under Kennedy as a goodwill measure and to fight communism all over the world. That's all it was really intended for. It was basically supposed to be our lead ambassador into places that we hadn't been on a regular basis. And now it's turned into this giant thing where we're sticking our thumbs in people's eyes and telling them, if you want this money, you have to chop your kids' dicks off. No. And we have been being told no more and more and more. The reason the rest of the world was starting to hate us wasn't because of Donald Trump. It was because they were having stupid ideologies pushed down their throats. I've played clips on several shows over the years of even people in Africa that desperately need the money that are like, look, we'll get our money from China or Russia. We don't want your money because they don't want that. They'll give us money without telling us we have to mutilate our children. I mean, how crazy is it that is now the common thread throughout our government and throughout our society that we should allow the mutilation of children?
But that's not common. It's actually quite uncommon. But the people who decided that belief was supposed to be pervasive had enough power to shut up the vast majority of people. That's like over now.
Well, I don't mean common in the way that it came across. I'm just saying it's very prevalent. I mean, it was in every part of government. What I find the most funny is even places like Bank of America and now BlackRock that were all about we have to put DEI in every aspect of our lives are suddenly backing off from DEI. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to let off any slack on these assholes. It just means I think it's funny that even they're starting to figure out that the winds are shifting.
I just ran across something that is astonishing.
Sure.
I shared this note with the Washington Post team this morning. I'm writing to let you know about a change coming to our opinion pages. We are going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars, personal liberties and free markets. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing these pillars will be left to be published by others. There was a time when a newspaper, especially one that was a local monopoly, might have seen it as a service to bring to the reader's doorstep every morning a broad-based opinion section that sought to cover all views. Today, the internet does that job. I am of America and for America and proud to be so. Our country did not get here by being typical, and a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. Freedom is ethical, it minimizes coercion, and practical. It drives creativity, invention, and prosperity. I offered David Shipley, whom I greatly admire, the opportunity to lead this new chapter. I suggested to him that if the answer wasn't hell yes, then it had to be no. After careful consideration, David decided to step away. This is a significant shift. It won't be easy and it will require 100% commitment. I respect his decision. We'll be searching for a new opinion editor to own this new direction. I am confident that free markets and personal liberties are right for America. I also believe these viewpoints are underserved in the current market of ideas and news opinion. I'm excited for us to together to fill that void. Jeff Bezos.
Oh yeah, I saw that was actually going to be the next thing I brought up. So it was interesting that you found it. Because holy crap, did he set the entire world on fire with that today? The talking heads are beside themselves because Bezos is coming down pro-American.
America made Jeff Bezos.
And it's about
How
time
could he be
took it out.
anything but pro-America?
Well, I mean, let's face it. For the longest time, he was at least giving lip service to the idea that he wasn't. It's about fucking time he remembered who made him who he is.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, all he's doing is sitting on the beach with his hot new girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. Everybody was giving him shit about that, too. Tell your plastic girlfriend she's dating a fucking traitor. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, my God.
Well, another thing made me very happy today.
What's that?
Who was confirmed today?
Or
not confirmed. Who was sworn in today?
I missed a swearing in, so I honestly don't know who was sworn in today.
Harmeet Dillon.
Was she sworn in today?
She was sworn in, yes, as the assistant AG, assistant whatever,
and
for
that was
Civil
quick.
Rights Division.
She just had her hearing today, so I didn't think she'd get sworn in that quick. But I guess since it's an assistant position, they don't have to do the whole 30 hours thing since it's a directorship, not a cabinet level. So yeah, I missed the fact that she got her vote today.
I'm 99% sure I saw that coming in.
Let's find out for sure. I know she had her hearing today, but I didn't.
I saw it come across on the Daily Wire. I thought.
Yeah, no, they were sworn in for their committee hearings. Is all I've seen so far.
Oh, okay. I thought Daily Wire said that she was sworn in.
I was wondering. I was like, dude, I know I took about an hour break and ate dinner and watched something else, but I usually get all kinds of alerts on my phone, and I can't believe I would have missed that. But yeah, the only information I see is that she was sworn in during her hearing today, not that she was actually sworn in as the deputy.
Well, I mean, she's certainly smarter than any Democrat that tried to question her. So.
Oh yeah, that was a fun watch too. I actually watched. I didn't get a chance to play any of it because we were bouncing around all kinds of other news sources, but I watched some of it while I was waiting on Gracie in line, and yeah, she just ran circles around them all. It was just fun. Calvin, that would have been amazing. He's like, she should have just knitted an orange jumpsuit for Adam Schiff all throughout her confirmation hearing.
And it looks like they're taking over Barnard again. Columbia and Barnard students are like harassing facilities employees and taking over buildings. So I do not understand why these children are not just arrested and expelled.
I don't either.
There that are actually trying to learn.
Yeah, I don't really understand most of that either.
Oh. But they're back at it. Wearing keffiyehs, taking over buildings. Yep. I can't, like, I don't understand. Weren't we going to find out if these kids were all students, and if they weren't students and they were here on visas, they were going to get sent home? And if they were students on visas, they were probably going to get sent home. Weren't we doing that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was told that.
Where's Tom Homan?
See, I have to admit, that is something that's kind of pissed me off, because there's been some of these larger protests. I mean, granted, they're not anything like what they were before. But when you've got a bunch of people that are like waving Islamic flags and shit, maybe I should
get them.
Papers.
Did you see that guy at CPAC?
Which one?
I don't know. There's a video of a lefty reporter, and he's interviewing him, and he's wearing an ICE jacket. So he said, "Are you an ICE officer?" He said, "Nope. Bought it on Amazon." Guy goes, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, you want to do something fun? You walk into a Home Depot in a sanctuary city like the one I live in and watch people run."
Okay, that's funny.
And the guy goes, "You really do that?" "Oh, fuck yeah." He's like, "Well, he's one of the more disgusting people I've met at CPAC, and that's saying a lot." And I'm just dying laughing.
So yeah, funny side story about that. When I started working private security back then in Oklahoma, immigration would run green lights. So there were a couple of different contracts that we had where we knew they were using illegal aliens. So we would always come in when we were doing our patrol routes 3 or 4 deep with the lights on and just watch them all scatter like roaches. It was fun.
Yeah. No, I'm just I guess Homan and Greg Abbott were working together, and there was a raid at Colony Ridge.
More winning. Yay.
Mark Halperin.
What about
Just
it?
asking, what TV anchorman is spending his evening sliding into folks' DMs on X with petulant messages in a futile attempt to head off a growing firestorm that is powered by receipts?
I wonder if that would be Jake Tapper.
Well, that's what Justin Hart seems to think. And Will Chamberlain says, rhymes with Zapper. LOL. Could it possibly be pathetic Jake Tapper? I suspect this book by, Jake Tapper and all this talk is laying the groundwork for, focusing completely and aggressively on Trump's cognition as he pushes into, and it's a tactic disguised as the legacy media mea culpa to shift to, we can't ignore cognitive decline again. Okay. Reporting on Joe Biden's. Ooh. I love a good blind item about fake Tapper. So everybody's saying it's Tapper.
I mean, he's the only one that's been in the news like heavily today over this book thing. But I do think it's funny that, you know, within hours of Rachel Maddow calling the MSDNC leadership racist, her entire staff was basically canned. I think she has like 2 or 3 people left out of however many we're working for, because they let most of her staff go. The only thing that I can think of with all of this is it's becoming even more apparent why the mainstream media, or as I call them now, the zombie media, has been so staunchly pro-left for so long, because they knew the money would stop if they weren't. Look at what's happened. The second Doge starts digging into everything and the USAID money starts drying up and everybody realizes that the gravy train is coming to an end, all of a sudden NBC's letting people go, CNN's letting people go, MSDNC is letting people go. Like, everybody's ratings are through the toilet. And then you've got even Jeff Bezos like, look, this is not the days of old school newspapers. So if you want widespreading opinion pieces, that's what the internet is for. This paper is going to be specifically about America and for America. And if you don't like it, kick rocks. I mean, I never in a million years thought I would hear that from fucking Jeff Bezos.
I'm just reading these replies going, I did not know that Jake Tapper was such a sensitive little bitch.
I mean, you didn't? No.
Apparently, if you respond to him and it goes viral, he slides into your DM and he's just a bitch to you.
I don't really care. The thing about it is, here's the difference, because this would be me.
But I mean, my thing, how could he and the publisher not know that this announcement on this book was just going to flop?
Well, first things first. If somebody as prominent as Jake Tapper ever slid into my DMs and started being a dick, I would be putting it on blast everywhere. I'm just saying. But I just saw something from Variety that I thought was kind of absolutely amazing. So you heard about Jon Stewart going on his Doge rant where he basically shatters a coffee cup and then starts complaining that he may have to go to the doctor because he cut his finger. So apparently Elon Musk reached out that he would love to be on The Daily Show if the episode aired unedited. Apparently the show is accepted, so we'll see what happens with that.
If the episode airs on what?
Completely unedited, so there can't be any cuts.
Okay.
So apparently they've accepted, so we'll see.
So I mean, he's just going to sit there and ask Jon Stewart, so you're for government waste, fraud, and abuse? Like that, you're for that?
I mean, that's been my kind of solid question for anybody that's like screaming, yelling about Doge. I'm like, since when have you been okay with waste, fraud, and abuse, and who dropped you on your head? Welcome back, Al. I thought it had gotten quiet around here.
I don't know.
Calvin.
Halpern is not one of Halpern's not one of my favorites, but that was an entertaining thread.
Yeah, fun times.
Yeah.
All right. Well, believe it or not, man,
I wish I'd gone viral because I'd be posting that shit too.
I know, right?
Right.
Believe it or not, man, we've pretty much reached the end of our hour. Where can folks find you?
Really not a lot anymore.
Because you work all the damn time. No fun.
Yeah, I know. Try not to. I don't know. You can find me sometimes on X, mostly like before I go to work or before I go to bed. I'll drop a couple bombs on there, just news of the day or whatever. And I'm super, super happy the FDA is not looking into the flu strains for next year. And Robert Kennedy Jr. stopped the nonsense about the oral COVID vaccines.
Oh, thank God.
Yep. So the FDA is not even going to look at the flu strains for next year. They got it so wrong this year. It was pathetic.
Dude, you ain't telling
I know
that.
people who were sick for weeks.
Yeah, I'm still suffering the after effects of what I assume is the flu, because I basically went to, I didn't wind up going to my doctor. I just went to urgent care because my doctor was like, "Yeah, we can see you next week." I'm like, "I'll just go to urgent care because it's basically the same copay anyway." And they're like, "Well, we'll give you a test, but yeah, we're pretty sure you've got the flu." I'm like, "Gee, thanks." And yeah, it's been fun. This has been like the most lingering flu I've ever had. It's terrible. And it's been weird because I got it right before Christmas, and then I was all right a few days after Christmas, and then it hit all over again. And now here it is, February 26th, and I woke up again today sounding like Berry White chocolate. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does my voice keep going out, for one? That's just weird. But anyway, we do have to get out of here.
Use it too much?
Well, that's true. I do talk a lot, which is probably annoying to a lot of folks. But anyway, so Amish and I are up next. You can follow along with me at Radovic73. You can follow along with KLRM Radio at KLRM Radio and our new news arm at Digital Beacon US. And then after me and Amish hang out for the Edge of Liberty over to the SHR Media crew, Sean is back and he will be live. And then we'll be going over to the Behind the Enemy Lines crew for their show. Then we'll go back over to SHR Media for BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon as your last call here on KLR Radio. My name's Rick Robinson. I am a workaholic, and my last meeting was forever ago. I'll be back in about 6.
Always seems to me you only see what people want you to see. How long's it gonna be before we get on the bus?
Hello, friends. You have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRradio.com. You're coming to the end of the KLR Radio Entertainment. However, we do still have more coming on behind us. So coming up after us is Edge of Liberty with Sean Lewis. He's going to be back. It's been a minute. He's been having some technical issues, but he's live tonight. Then we're going to go over and check out the Behind the Enemy Lines crew. Then we're going to come back for the closing act for the evening, BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. So belly up to the bar after everything is done and get in your last call. But before we get into all that, my name is Rick Robinson, and this is Chat Lives Matter Night, and you are listening to Rick and Orty. And I'm Rick, he's Orty, and you're not. So hi, Orty, how are you?
Hi, Guy. You finally did it. You remembered.
I'm working on it.
There we go.
What's
going on, man? How you doing?
This is my 7th hour of radio work today. I'm insane.
Yeah, I know. I was around today, and I saw you popping up all over the place.
Yeah, my old shtick about being a workaholic has actually become true.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's been a fun news day. You know, you've got Jake Tapper.
Man,
Apparently,
it's been an epic news day.
You've got Jake Tapper apparently creeping into people's DMs because all the scuttlebutts coming out about the book. You've got Comey being under the magnifying glass for his whole honeypot thing that everybody knew about, but nobody wanted to talk about it all the way back in 2015. It's been fun. It's been fun.
Dude, I've got some stuff I want to talk about tonight that kind of flew under everybody's radar that are big deals.
Well, it's because there's so much going on, nobody can keep
I know.
up.
It should, you can't keep on top of everything, but holy shit. All kinds of good stuff just going on all over the place.
Well, I'm
And of
kind of glad
course,
it sounds like you've got some things to talk about that I might not know about either. So,
okay, yeah, let me, you know what, vamp for a minute. I gotta take a sip of tea. I'm about to start coughing my brains out here.
All right, cool. So yeah, anyway, so apparently Amish has got some news stories that even I might not necessarily know about. So maybe this will be an interesting hour for all of us because I kind of feel like I've talked everything to death. So I'm glad he's got things to talk about because, dude, today has just been a day.
Dude, it really has. And this one, the first one, this has been something I've talked about a lot because it kind of focuses heavily on California, but it's everywhere. Excuse me. You remember that whole Fight for 15 thing?
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
So SEIU did a study.
I knew you were going to bring this up today.
Yeah.
I saw it. I haven't done it yet.
Okay. Yeah. So for those of you who didn't see it, SEIU did a study. And they had to admit that California raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour has cost 10,000 jobs and increased prices 18% across the board. Everything they said wouldn't happen. So you think they're going to learn anything from it?
It won't even happen. I love that. That's been their answer all along. And the funny thing is, it's not like we haven't watched it happen. I mean, I don't even live in a liberal bastion like California, but I have lived through 3 minimum wage changes, and every time the prices have gone up. Every time.
Every single time.
It's kind of like how many times do you have to be shown the data before you realize it's not just anecdotal data? That's like the difference between the 20 election and the 24 election. Nobody can still tell me where 9.5 million voters went. So they showed up to stop Hitler the first time and they slept through the second time? Really? It's still
It
Hitler.
was the most important when it was the most important election ever. So that either speaks to how much Kamala Harris is hated, even though they keep trying to push her. Or they weren't there. Take your pick.
I mean, with all the different places that shored up their voter rolls and everything, I'm pretty sure there was some mail-in voting shenanigans going on in 2020 that nobody wants to admit to. But I really do want the FBI turned loose on all that shit because I want to know the truth. I don't care whether it turns out that they take everything apart with a fine-tooth comb and they can't find anything or not, because I'm tired of not being able to trust our elections. And the truth of it is I don't trust them anymore.
Yeah, I I trust my county because
Well, yeah, but you work in the county, so you know
I
about.
do, I do the election, so I know what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, I could see nationally, especially when, I mean, yes, everybody should get out and vote, but really, it only comes down to 8 purple precincts that decide the election. Really?
Which is kind of nuts when you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, it really comes down to 250,000 people.
That's just insane.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a story I haven't seen yet. This was actually just put on my radar by Kevin Cork out of Fox. Bill Malhusian, I guess, who was another person from Fox, on Monday, a Coachella city councilwoman gave a sobbing interview in local media after her husband was arrested in a
I just
Walmart
saw the
parking
story.
lot by the FBI for ICE. My family was just separated, she cried as she recorded the arrest. However, let's just point out the fact that he wouldn't have been arrested if he wasn't here illegally. Just saying.
So, as a city official, she has been harboring a illegal alien.
Oh yeah, it's even worse because apparently this guy's already been thrown out once. So when he came back in, it
Yeah,
actually became a felony.
but of course, Coachella, they released him on bond.
Well, of course they did.
Yeah. So, of course they did. So, okay, one of the things I want to talk about, I've lost the story for. I don't. I had it in the tab, but I think I closed that tab accidentally. But I'm going to give the thumbnail sketch of it, and it's a act that was passed today. I think Mike Lee was in on it too. I can't remember exactly what the name of the act. Basically, the gist of it is, full grown bat boy, the judge down in Brazil who um fines X and Twitter for not kicking people off of the platform, and is finding Rumble and everything like that. And how like the EU's trying to do that too, trying to extradite people who break their laws on our soil.
Yeah.
You see those stories up. So the act was passed today, and like I said, I don't have the article in front of me, so I can't actually give the name of the act. But basically, what it says is that anybody who engages in foreign censorship will be removed from the country and not allowed to re-enter. And a lot of these people, they have like houses in the Hamptons and in Florida and shit. They hobnob with the American elites, and they've got houses up in Martha's Vineyard and shit. If they engage in that, they will be barred from entering the country. And if they do it while they're in the country, or if they're in the country and they're a foreign dignitary and are part of any citizenship of Americans, they will be exported.
Okay. So can I just say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Does anyone have any doubt in what a huge, ginormous tool Aaron Rupar is?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So deceptive editing yet again puts this out 10 hours ago. Shows the opening where Elon Musk comes in and is addressing the cabinet, and showing off. And he's like, Elon Musk is now presiding over the cabinet meeting. They're not beating the co-president allegations, and co-president might be putting it charitably for Trump.
Yeah.
He's addressing them. He's not running the meeting.
Okay, so Rupar, there's actually a entry for Rupar in the Urban Dictionary. We can all go look it up. He didn't seem to mind when Jill was running the cabinet meetings, and he didn't seem to mind when Hunter was sitting in on them once it became obvious that Dad was a vegetable. In fact, in the last 6 months of the Biden administration, Hunter was there, and he doesn't even have a security clearance. He was involved in every cabinet meeting and most Oval Office meetings.
Well, and the irony of that is he wasn't even really being allowed into the cabinet meeting until after he, in fact, was a convicted felon.
Yeah.
So that was fun. But yeah, nobody said a word when the first cabinet meeting that had been held in a year actually was usurped by Jill because McShitty Pants couldn't keep up. I can't with these people anymore. I just can't. And look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with everything that our side is now pulled trying to troll them. When the pendulum does swing back the other way, if we start trying to give them shit for the same kind of stuff we're doing right now, I'm gonna call them out too because I'm like, look, now you're being a hypocrite. When you start fighting fire with fire, you can't start pointing and go, oh look, see they're doing it now too. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't care that we're trolling. I will care that if and when the pendulum starts swinging back the other way, if we start clutching our pearls again, that will piss me off.
Well, okay. So here's the thing: there has to be an in between point in there, or otherwise you're absolutely justified, and I'll be right there next to you. You see, it's like with cancel culture and everything else, and it's like we told them with uh, the nuclear option and Harry Reid's fuckery, and all these. This is a stupid game. You don't want to play it. You don't want to play this game because you will not always be in power. Fuck you, will always be in power. Well, no, they're not in power.
Dude, that's honestly, and Stacy and I were talking about this whole golden green card bullshit. I don't necessarily have
HB3.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have an issue with what they're talking about doing as long as there's extreme vetting, but I do have a huge issue with when the other side gets a turn to use it.
Yeah.
That's my problem. And that's always been one of my waiting points when we start to think about things like this. Is just because you're okay with your side using this particular power, what are you going to think when the other side gets a turn? And
See,
that's why we were all looking at Harry Reid going, "Are you fucking retarded? You know we're going to use this too, right?"
See, this is how we could outplay the left. When we do things like this, like the HB3 and stuff like that, stuff that could absolutely be weaponized by the other side. What we need to do on our way out the door, when it's obvious we're not going to be having, the next administration, or we're not going to be holding Congress or anything like that, repeal all these acts. Repeal our own acts.
Dude, I've been saying that for a while, and because that's one of the reasons why they're using budget reconciliation now, because they know they can't beat a filibuster in the Senate. So fucking nuke the filibuster until we're on the way out the door, and then put it back in place.
Yeah. All the things all the things they said they want to do. It's like I saw the narrative briefly this morning on X2 was why don't we just start packing the courts? The left thinks it's a fucking great idea.
I mean, I've been saying that now since January 21st. Fucking nuke the filibuster, pack the courts, do everything that they said that make them afraid of us again. Because right now they're not. They're making the electorate afraid of us, but the Democrats themselves aren't. Not the Democratic leadership. What they're afraid of right now is their entire party's falling apart, and they don't know what the fuck to do because we're killing their sacred cows. Their rich donors are saying, fuck you, you're not getting any more of our money. You blew $1.1 billion and you can kiss our asses. So, I mean, even some of their protests are looking rather anemic. I did notice that I guess Soros is starting to pony up some money again for a few things because there was all kinds of interesting little protests popping up at these few town halls Republicans did a few days ago, and the media was screaming and yelling about it. Turns out it was all AstroTurf.
Yeah, I was gonna say the person who organized a couple of those town halls has ties to Act Blue. So yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, I'm a Republican. I'm pissed at Trump. No, you're not.
No, you're not. I don't know a single Republican that's 100% on board, but I don't know very many people that are just absolutely pissed at him because this is what we voted for him to do.
Yeah. And the polls don't reflect the narrative. When you've got, polls of do you think Trump is making good on all of his campaign promises? That's up at 70% now. Yeah.
Let me tell you how you know when you've lost the culture war. When Bank of America and BlackRock are scuttling their DEI programs, you know you've lost the culture war.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's yeah, what's funny is that not only did BlackRock scrub their DEI their program, but also their statements of is the future is DEI and blah blah blah. Not only did they scrubbed. Not only did they cancel that, they have scrubbed all previous mentions to it in their earlier recommendations. Now you got to understand, BlackRock holds 1.7 trillion in assets. So
Otherwise known as a fuck ton.
yeah, I mean that's government money. That's more money than probably 150 nations on the planet GDP, probably combined. Yeah, for them to back away, that shows actual fear, because you don't tout something for 4 years and then all of a sudden have a 180 on your opinion of it. So that was either you were afraid of the previous administration or you're afraid of the direction the pendulum has swung. You realize you had been given bad advice. You were listening to people with MBAs coming out of Harvard who had been all already through the DEI programming, through 4 to 8 years of liberal indoctrination at the university system, and they all told you this is the future. And then when you see it rejected so overwhelmingly by the people, I mean, yeah.
I mean, dude. I mean, but yeah. I mean, so this does lend some. I think this needs some further discussion, because I, for one, firmly believe it was the former. Because look at everything that's come out about the media and everything else. They were all in on the censorship. They were all in on the lean left, because they needed to have access to the USAID cash. And I guarantee you, if they ever started trying to speak out about anything, that they would have lost access to that money. So I guarantee you some of this other stuff was going on behind the scenes too. And they knew that, because you got to realize cancel culture wasn't what we thought it was. Most of that was funded by USAID.
Yeah, I know.
So everybody made us think it was some sort of like natural uprising, and it turns out it's just a bunch of people that had fingers on the levers of power and had access to enormous amounts of cash because of all the money that was being misappropriated from our tax dollars.
You know what I would love to come to light from? I know it won't, but what I would love to come to light from all of this is that Gamergate was a USAID op.
It wouldn't surprise me.
All of it. Zoe Quinn, fucking Anna Sarkeesian, Big Red, all of them were in with USAID. I would love, because that would just, what that would do is that would cause an absolute seismic shift in the gaming industry, to realize that they have been astroturfed all along.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been a lot of that going on too, so I wonder how long it will take for that to come out. Another thing that I found interesting in the anecdotal sense today was Justine Bateman actually tweeting out how there's an alternative to Hollywood that's starting to take root, and that is going to be based on merit and actually good shit instead of all the crap.
Well, yeah, I mean, but she's been a producer in that space she's been an indie producer for a long time. She's known about it. It's just, again, the fear, I mean, now you got, like Corin Nemec is, for him, or at least for a Hollywood actor who doesn't have like fuck you money like Kelsey Grammer. Yeah, he's made, some bold statements, and Justine Bateman too. And, they're both doing independent work. I mean, the independent space is out there. Brad and I talk about it quite often, that Hollywood doesn't have the monopoly on it anymore. It's not Hollywood and Georgia. There's some really big real estate projects out in like Taos that are building sound stages and shit. So
speaking of seismic shifts, did you hear about Kathleen Kennedy?
I was going to bring that up. I mean, nature's healing when Kathleen Kennedy is out.
Dude, all I know is I'm going to be sad that I can't do this bit for very much longer. Mom, can you check to see if Kathleen Kennedy's under my bed? Oh, so much fun.
Let's see.
I think the multiverse episode of South Park might have been the beginning of the end of her career.
Yeah. And you know what? Okay, so the good thing is that, talking about multiverse, is okay, it's a comic book thing, but they also built it into the expanded universe of Star Wars and Trek apparently now too. Well, yeah, they always build in an alternate universe, or the possibility for alternate universes, so that way when something doesn't work, they can retcon it, saying it's like in Marvel Comics, it's the the Multiverse of Madness, or it's the Multiverse of Madness, I believe, and then in Star Wars, it's the Veil of something. So they can retcon everything that's happened since the prequels.
See,
And
I
just say,
have
"Oh no, that was in an alternate universe where things are all kinds of fucked up. We're back to the Prime universe again. Again, Kelvin universe versus Prime universe in Star Trek."
Well, yeah, no, I just hadn't been aware that, I guess, because as far as I knew, Star Wars had never really delved into the alternate universe thing, but I've actually been kind of waiting for it because it is pretty much the ultimate off ramp where they're like, yeah, we fucked up, we can just start
No,
over.
they had it in there. It was in some of the books, and it was in the Rebels TV series.
See, I watched that one. And I don't remember that. Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch again.
Yeah,
'Cause I don't.
it was discussed in there. I'm sure somebody's going to jump into chat with it for us.
But yeah, I would like to point out that for the last several decades, the only part of Star Wars lore that really hasn't sucked has been the cartoon shit, which is odd. But
and the first 2 seasons of Mando.
Well, yeah, the first 2 seasons of Mando, yeah. I guess I got disappointed when they didn't take the off ramp and make Baby Yoda Luke's first apprentice. That would have made me happy if they'd have taken the off ramp back then and just been like, yeah, none of this shit in the movies ever happened. Because dude, those movies pissed me off. I'm like, dude, this is episode 4 with a chick, down to the fucking costume, which is nuts. But anyway.
Okay, it's called The World Between Worlds, and it's a mystic plane within the forest that serves as a collection of doors and pathways existing between time and space, linking all moments in time together.
Yeah, no, I was not aware, but then again, I haven't really read any Star Wars books or anything lately, so I probably missed it somewhere. But still good that that's baked in because that's been an off ramp for Star Trek for a while.
Yeah.
And one of the very first pieces that I ever put out for Loftus was explaining how Enterprise actually was an offshoot from an alternate timeline and it was pretty much confirmed when they found the Borg cube or the Borg sphere from First Contact.
Yeah, it was kind of funny is I watched something on YouTube about that, and it was right before it was a Trek Culture. It was right before I watched another video on Trek Culture where I had to block Trek Culture from ever showing up in my mentions again.
Was that bad?
Because the fucking retard is wearing a shirt saying, God, what was it? Oh, I stand with Jadzia, and it has a picture of Jadzia with the trans flag behind her.
Ew.
So pull the plug.
Ew.
I mean, they were already on thin ice when they were talking about the back 4 years ago during Trump's previous admin when they were talking about the Bell riots and how it was a correlation to Trump. I was like, okay, so this was filmed back when Trump was still a Democrat. Fuck off.
Dude, I have been banned from so many Star Trek groups, it's not even funny. Because I used to just sit there and be like, okay, I'm just gonna get past it. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm just gonna discuss the shows. And they kept interjecting politics into it. I'm like, I don't think you guys realize you have become the very thing that you claim you are trying to fight because you can't even take 5 minutes to enjoy a TV show.
You have come the thing that you threatened, that promised to destroy. Sorry.
But yeah, no, the whole Kathleen Kennedy thing when I read that story the other day just made me grin from ear to ear.
Yeah, I know.
At some point, all this shit's going to get retconned. I think the funniest thing is there was actually a clip of an interview in one of the stories that I saw, and it was Lucas and Spielberg both talking shit about her.
Yeah.
Which is kind of amazing when you think about it, because Lucas is kind of a dick. I don't know that
Well,
much
you
about
remember when they
Spielberg.
punked her there was some big Star Wars event, and
yeah, I forgot about that.
No, it was at Indy. It was at the Indy 5 release. They punked her there because she'd been involved with Indy since the first movie. That's when she got in with ILM, and she's kind of like a go between Spielberg and Lucas on a lot of things. And they her, Spielberg, Lucas are on stage, and they're talking about the 3 most important people to making this whole thing happen. And George Lucas is talking about Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg is talking about George Lucas. And then they said, and then the third person, Kathleen Kennedy's on stage with her husband, John Williams. And they bring John Williams up.
That was awesome.
That was just that was just a knuckle to the clit.
Wait, hang on. I just saw this, and now I'm angry again.
Okay. We're angry again. Come on, we were having such a good day.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna look for a source, but I just saw this. It came out a couple hours ago. Apparently, Doge has stopped an annual payment to Barack Obama for $2.6 million for, and I quote, royalties associated with Obamacare.
Really?
But then Mike Lee 2 hours later just said source ? And I don't ever see anybody linking a source. So I'm gonna have to dig.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of questionable shit popping up lately too, but it's like one of them was that the Epstein list was going to be released tomorrow until Pam Bondi said it on Fox tonight. So I'm like, okay,
well, I still don't know if I believe that till it actually happens. So yeah, apparently
Brett Morris over at Red State had a great theory of why it hasn't been released yet. I know it's not true, but this is kind of like a wish casting thing, and said they're saving it for the Oscars and they're going to release it in the middle of the Oscars, and everybody sitting in that audience, their cell phones are going to start going off in their pocket, and it's going to be their agents and their lawyers and their family and friends texting them saying, "What the fuck?" And then as they all tried to leave the auditorium, the FBI is out there waiting for them.
That would be like
make you hard just thinking about it.
Well, that would be like the stuff of legend in an awesome movie. That would be pretty amazing because
that'd be like that's like the Untouchables with Costner and Connery. It would be that kind of a moment.
So I think one of my favorite things I've seen over the last couple of days, once they announced that that a certain someone was going to be the new deputy director of the FBI, was the New York Times headline: Trump's new deputy FBI director has it out for commie libs.
Right.
You say this as if it is a problem.
Right. Yeah, what's his experience? Secret Service? Well, that's not FBI. Still more law enforcement than.
But yeah, no, I still. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting, and I think it might be a prelude to some of this whole cost savings benefit analysis thing that's going on, is them making Kash Patel the interim director of the ATF. As he's director of the FBI. It seems like it might be a prelude to join those two things together and dissolve one of them, which would be.
Well, I mean, one, they should. The ATF has no business under Homeland Security.
Well, the other thing is, if they're going to dissolve the ATF and make it part of the FBI, Donald Trump needs to sell the naming rights of ATF to a convenience store and make bank.
Right. Jeff, that's a good. I forgot about that. Trump created an advisor to Hollywood. Forgot about that.
Yeah, well, he created an entire advisory panel.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean,
no, to that point, absolutely. I mean, Secret Service, FBI, and Secret Service, FBI, and ATF should all be under one department. And they should all be one department. And should definitely not have anything the fuck to do with Homeland Security. Homeland Security should be gone. But I understand why it.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, even if they start trying to spin it down, it's going to take a while because it's become this giant thing. I still think that may be why Noam is in charge of it, though. Because, I mean, when she does start going in and trying to clean people out and be like, do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to treat you like I treated my dog? But on that note, we should probably take a break because we're at that point.
I was just about to say that. My drink runneth dry.
All right, folks, we are going to take a really quick break. Probably back in about 3 or so. Long enough for me to get something else to sip on because I'm out too, and the cough is coming back. This is what happens when you talk for 7 hours. If you don't like the bumper music, Can't really blame Amish because I picked it, but it's Oingo Boingo, so I didn't figure he'd complain too much. He might. I don't know because I don't know what his overall taste for things is. But we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
It's a dead man's party. Who could ask for more? Everybody's coming, leave your body at the door.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq, Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
O'Reilly.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
Yeah. An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
And welcome back into the final segment of the Rick and Morty Show, live right here on KLRMradio.com. Again, I'm one half of the crew, Rick Robinson. He's Ordinance Jay Packard, and you're not. But that's all right, because we still got about another, let me do the math, 4 hours of programming for you when we're done here. Because I never sleep anyway, so might as well put it to use. Until I crash, and then I'm gone for a weekend, and nobody can find me. How you doing, Amish? How was your break? Feeling better? Feeling better?
Hey, good. Got to refresh my tea, and I'm feeling fine.
Woohoo! So yeah, just a recap for tomorrow night. We have Disasters in the Making with Brad and Movie Paul, and then myself and Jen, and then again finishing off the night with BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon on our Thursday night lineup. Because who doesn't want to end your night in a bar? Who doesn't want to end your night in a bar? Just saying.
Yeah, right.
It's like the 20s all over again. But anyway, so anything else that you've noticed today?
Okay. So flying under the radar is our new ag sec. Okay, Brooke Rollins.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, finally we got to have cabinet meetings, right? I mean,
finally, yeah.
Finally we got all the ducks are in a row, as it were. And so I mean, her first thing is addressing the egg prices, and it's some of her ideas I like, some of them I'm not too hip on. The first one is they plan to roll out $1 billion investment in it, and I guess we've saved enough money that $1 billion going to this isn't a bad deal. First thing is biodiversity and biosecurity measures. $500 million to assist U.S. poultry producers in implementing gold standard biosecurity measures. Okay, I'm with that. Financial relief to affected farmers. See, now this one I'm totally on board with because, and this kind of dovetails into something else in that, okay, avian flu, if you've got a flock of 10,000 chickens, right, and one of them gets the flu, you were mandated by government to slaughter the whole thing. The thing is, when bird flu hits a flock, it usually only affects about 20%. Which means the other 80% have an immunity to it. So breed those. Let the virus do its thing. It's the same thing we were talking about with COVID. Let it burn itself out. Let it do its thing. The same thing. It'll go through the population. It'll do what it has to do. And then you have stronger, more resistant stock afterwards. This is just basic biology.
But nobody wants
immunology
election thing anymore, so that's why.
Yeah. So the next plan is $100 million for research into vaccines and therapeutics. Okay, I'm cool with that. Getting the red tape out of the way at the federal and state regulations, which limit the production of egg farmers and being able to have your own chickens. Some areas you can, a lot of areas you can't have your own fowl. So, getting those roadblocks out there. The one I really don't like is importing eggs. You know what? We can take a little bit of pain without doing that, because if you start importing eggs, you undo the fourth and second goals. Because then you're hurting the small farmers, and then you're hurting the ability to recover.
All right, so real quick, gotta do this. Hang on. We got some breaking news actually on the show.
Breaking.
So breaking news: the Supreme Court has actually put a stay on the crazy ass judge that wanted to force Trump to unfreeze foreign aid, according to Matt Vesped, Dateline Today, just a few minutes ago. So yeah, fun times. So the Supreme Court has temporarily blocked the order requiring Trump administration to release billions in U.S. foreign aid, according to the Associated Propagandists. And I said what I said.
Say that again.
The Associated Propagandists?
No. The breaking. Just to get it across the board.
Supreme Court temporarily blocks order requiring Trump administration to release billions in U.S. foreign aid.
Excellent.
Dun, dun, dun. More winning. I
See,
don't like
and
the fact that it's temporary, but at least it's a win.
See, and we knew all of these, a good chunk of these lawsuits were just going to get tossed. And it's
so
the lawfare thing isn't working anymore. But we had to let it take its course.
It's kind of like a virus. We just had to let it run its course.
Yeah.
But speaking of viruses, how is there a bird flu when birds aren't real? I have concerns.
Al sent me a great video today. And it was from it was from a TikToker, YouTuber that was talking about how she never believed, the government isn't putting cameras on birds. So she did the research, and they were doing it back in the 60s. And all these different prototypes, and the Mark II and the Mark IIIs were lighter and smaller birds could carry them. Now they're on, excuse me, hang on. And now they're on Mark 7s. It's like even the few birds that are real still are surveillance birds. They're like spy dolphins.
Oh God, I miss spy dolphins. I'm still trying to get Angie to come back and do a show, even if it's only like once every 6 months. I'm just like, we need your show back. I don't even care if it's like quarterly, once every 6 months, just as a special something. And she's like, no. I'm like, oh man. But I tried. So apparently something else I missed today when I was taking my break. So President Donald Trump has signed an executive order to expand the work of the Department of Government Efficiency even further. While Doge has been making headlines for looking into the IRS and the Department of Education under Trump's order, Doge will have even more power over the federal government as a whole. As the executive order makes clear from the start, with its very title, the goal in mind is cost efficiency, with the executive order being titled Implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency Cost Effective Initiative. As Ward Clark at our sister site Red State put, in the best of it is to make Doge. Basically, this makes it completely official. So it looks like all agencies will be required to immediately review all grants and contracts, justify and publicly disclose all employee expenses, which I find amazing because everybody's like, "Oh my God, he's gonna make us show receipts."
I made
You guys
that
ever had
tweet
an actual
earlier
expense account before? Because I've had expense accounts before. The entire point of an expense account is you have to justify your expenses to see if they will pay for them.
Well, not just that, is you can't just file an expense report and not provide receipts. You can't just say, "Oh, I spent $500 on entertaining clients."
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. You've got to show the receipts. You got to show what, and in the notes of the expense report, what you discussed and how it is beneficial to the company. So, okay, you know why Nixon was previously one of the most hated presidents? It's because he ran the country like a business. That's what we're doing now.
And that's why they hated him.
We've run it like a charity for the last 6 decades or more. Now it's time to run it like a business.
I mean, my question is, what the hell's wrong with that idea? I mean, because all I keep hearing is government can't be run by a business. Then why do all government government seals of power involve corporate seals? Nobody wants to explain. Nobody wants to explain that part to me. In order to become a township, in order to become even a township, you have to have an incorporation.
Right.
It's kind of like the business thing was kind of baked into the idea. Just saying. I mean, I could be wrong, but
But also, if government and business are so far apart, why is it everybody when they leave government goes into business?
Right.
And I don't just mean any business. I mean, usually the defense industry or K Street, But yeah. So
Yeah,
did
I
you
think
see
that
Sharpton calling for a boycott Friday?
I think that was part of one of my favorite parts of the Hexeth confirmation hearing was when Phil Collins kept asking him, since you're wanting this to make this rule that generals can't go into work for the private sector in the military areas for up to 10 years, are you willing to make that same promise? He's like, I'm not a general.
Right.
So yeah, anyway.
There you go.
But I don't know. This has just been nuts. I mean, there's just been so much going on that even I can't keep up. And like I said, I've been doing this all day today. I didn't even see that story come out till a minute ago, and it actually broke right as we were going on the air about the whole Supreme Court thing. And I'm like, holy crap! But I mean, I don't know why it took that. That can't have happened that late. So I don't know why that's just coming out because I haven't seen it anywhere. I mean, I guess unless the Supreme Court was like, we're not going to bed till we come up with a decision. I don't know.
I mean, inside baseball, you know why.
Yeah, true enough.
I mean, we both work for the outlet, and we know what the posting timing is. So there's a lot going on. You got to prioritize.
True enough. True enough.
That's kind of a big one.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think that one probably could have. I don't know, but yeah, that is definitely big news because that was what they were waiting on. Because that's whole the Congress critter that was once saying that he thought sending the military to Guam would make it tip over. Hank Johnson, I think is his name. I don't have it in
Hank
front of me.
Johnson.
Was just recently at a hearing describing his wet dream of having Trump arrested by U.S. Marshals for violating a court order.
Not only was he afraid of Guam tipping over, you've got to use the correct word, capsizing.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot he actually did use that specific word. That's just
so. I mean, if you got. Okay, here's another one of my favorite ones today. I mean, aside from the fact that Taylor Lorenz is signed on with Mehdi Hassein's news service. Of course she has. Joy Reid will probably be there soon too. Bezos, tired of losing money.
Oh yeah, that was pretty apparent today.
That was a big deal. It happened early today, and it kind of got buried by a bunch of other shit. But he sent out an email today saying the opinion page is going to be, what's the word? Focused on individual liberty and free trade. That was a direct shot across, to all of his editors who write opinions for the WAPO and all of the reporters who file their opinions that your commie fucking bullshit is costing me money. And, I like this statement. There was a time when a newspaper, especially one that was a local monopoly, might have seen it as a service to bring to the reader's doorstep every morning a broad-based opinion section sought to cover all views. Today, the internet does that job.
He's not wrong, though.
No. So I am of America and for America and proud to be. Our country did not get here by being typical. A big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. Freedom is ethical and minimizes coercion and practical and drives creativity, innovation, and prosperity. And of course, the head of the opinion page resigned. David Shipley.
Dun dun dun. Hey, if you need a new head of opinion pages, I know a guy.
Right.
I think.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff, I just saw that. Get rid of the fucking chicken tax too. Let us get our Hilux.
Right.
Yeah. That and
Jeff makes a great point. Bezos finally successfully launches one rocket into space, and suddenly he loves America again.
Sometimes all it has to take, all it does to improve your mood is to get it up.
Oh, I don't know. It's just this has been a weird month to be alive, man, because it's just like the left is just losing their shit, and the right is like throwing a perpetual party, and I'm just in the middle going, I just want everything to work out the way it's supposed to before we all fall apart and it all dies.
See, me loving oh yeah, and the asteroid has like a 0.004% chance of hitting us now.
Yeah, they keep
Fucking
changing that
smart.
number. They keep changing the number because it was actually it was a decent number in the beginning, and it keeps going lower and lower and lower now.
Yeah.
Damn it,
Yeah,
smart.
I think they heard Jeff's show where he told them to stop with the doom bullshit. Doom!
Get your merch at the store right now because it's there. Oh.
So, wow, we're in the last. What are you watching? We're in the last 10.
Let's see. What am I watching? So today I took a break and watched the newest episode of The Rookie. I don't know who their consultant is there, but they have lost a few steps. The show used to at least be somewhat realistic in their tactics, and now it's just like now they're just phoning it in. But I think they're in like season 3 or season 4 now, so I don't think they give a shit anymore. And then I found on Amazon, and I don't remember the name of it, but there's a grittier version of The Rookie. I think it's called On Call. And the funny thing is, the original black kid rookie from season 1 was actually on that show. So he left one cop show to go do another one on Amazon Prime. And I've checked out a couple episodes of that right now, and I don't know. So it's kind of too NYPD bluish for me, so I don't know how much of it I'm going to watch. But it's been an interesting thing. Like the one thing that they never call anybody out for on The Rookie is there's always a procedural thing where once the stop is done, you're supposed to turn off your camera. And this kid gets called out for not doing it because the TO is like screaming at somebody that's in the back of the car, and it gets caught on the camera, and she's like, "You didn't fucking turn your camera off? You fucking kidding me? Stop's over. The camera's not supposed to be on anymore. What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh damn, they really are just being completely honest about this shit on this show."
Yeah, that's one of the things that Audit the Audit and Lackluster is you see cops that forget to turn their fucking camera off, or on the worst end of it, don't even turn them on.
Yeah,
So,
that's always
but
fun.
you always got the cop on the other side who did turn theirs on and catches everything because they're not as shady as fuck.
But yeah, other than that, I've been there was a show Found I've been watching that's actually really good. I didn't expect I was gonna like it as much as I do.
Is it a sequel to Lost?
No, no, but that's funny. It's actually a show about a woman who was abducted as a child who founds an agency to find lost people. And it actually has one of the chicks from Shameless in it, which is weird because for the first few episodes, all I could every time she was on screen, all I was thinking was the sex scene she was having with the white dude. But it's also got Zach Morris in it, and he plays a bad guy, so that's been kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's been fun. Other than that, I haven't really been watching that much other than the news again because I'm actually back to trying to work full time, which I haven't really done in like a month until this month. Last 10 days of this month, anyway.
Yeah.
You're always watching Hot Asian Camping Girls, although the camp in the cold might be fun. Hard nipples are never a bad thing.
No, dude, you got to watch it sometime. Oh, have Jeff
Yeah, I probably.
I mean, yeah, you know it's actually quite. I mean, very relaxing, and for us, you get a little perv factor in it too. But camping in a blow up tent in the snow, and they've all got their cute dogs, and they're eating Korean food, and drinking Maker's Mark or whatever, and sake, and it's very, very relaxing. So it's like you're camping with them. But yeah, Hot Asian Camping Girls, especially Yo-Yo Camp. So
they love you a long time. What about you, man? What do you?
I'm convinced a couple of them, their tits are just getting bigger. Just healthy living. Okay. Yeah, I'm at okay. I'm at the Atreus and Eureka now. They haven't been kidnapped, but that's a couple episodes away. And but I've also been watching. It's really weird. I don't know how it came up on my Rex. Actually, I kind of have an idea how it came up on my Rex because I follow a couple channels that are all about Tolkien lore, like, from Lord of the Rings and shit. And it's kind of like, oh, hey, you like that? Watch this. And some of the Harry Potter theories, if you're really familiar, like, if you read the books and everything, if you're really familiar with the material, I mean, not like Angie familiar with the material, but if you have a good working knowledge of it, some of the theories and some of the questions is like, how did they tell how did Muggles find out that they were accepted to Hogwarts? How did that process happen? And shit like that. And so it's actually been kind of interesting. So, that.
Fun times, fun
But yeah,
times.
watching a lot of Tolkien lore too. I don't know why, I just can't absorb enough about Tom Bombadil.
All right, folks, we got to run because we got somebody on after us. You should know all of our stuff by now, and if you don't, just go to the website. We'll be back next week, and I'll be back in a minute pushing buttons for somebody else because it's my long day. See everybody in a minute.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra.
Yes, hail the Hydra.
Gambling in Havana.
Do it.
I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
This executive order is the fuck around and find out order, also known as the FAFO. This order is for everyone who fucked around and will now find out.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening?
It was a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHR Media Network. I am back. Technology allowing as much. Thank you. It is the 26th of February. Man, February's almost gone. That's crazy to me. Cannot believe how fast that happened. So much to talk about, but I'm going to start off. Yeah, I got to start off with this just dropped like an hour before I came on air. And where is she? Because I have it directly from the AG. There we go.
Files on your desk is.
And yours. Ooh. Ooh. Let's try that. There it is.
When can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah. What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
And that was from Fox News, Waters World Attorney General Pam Bondi saying tomorrow, something that we have been asking for years, something that those of us with normal morals and sense can't figure out why the Epstein files have not been released to this point. However, they will be released tomorrow. Huge, absolutely huge news. Now, who's in these files, these flight logs. I don't know. We can speculate. We can sit here and speculate all night. There has been unconfirmed reports in the past of different people going to be on it. We just don't know. We've speculated for years. For years. That's the problem. Is we've had to speculate for years for something over 200 victims. Over 200 victims, and we don't know any of the suspects' names. They do. The federal government has known this, and they haven't released it. Why is the question. Why would you not release that? Over 200 victims. I thought victims deserve justice in this country. And now, hopefully, they will start to get it. And yes, exposing the people in those flight logs is pretty much the only justice those people are going to get. Having the suspects, the monsters who were on the Lolita Express, everybody who was involved, have them be exposed. And look, I've said before, and I'll say it again, I don't care who goes down in this. If you were on those flights visiting that island and involved, or you knew it was involved, I don't care what this does to you. I really don't. 200 young victims never got justice. Never. Epstein hanging himself was not justice for them, because this is one of those crimes that you need more, two people, right? Two suspects. It was a conspiracy. Epstein and the girl from there, the Ghislaine Maxwell, were getting the women. That's one part of the conspiracy. The other part of the conspiracy was to bring the adult suspects, the pedophiles, to the island and other places in his properties to commit these heinous acts. So exposing Epstein was never enough. Exposing Maxwell was never enough. We also need to see the Johns. Absolutely. Absolutely. We also need to see who the Johns were, who the monsters were. You know, it used to be in a huge sting operation, they would release all the Johns. If you ever see a big prostitution sting operation, they release all the Johns. Great. Right? It is what it is. This was not just a prostitution ring. This is not like they were all consenting adults. That's a different conversation. If everyone's there of their own sound mind and own well-being, they're not forced there, they're not kidnapped there, whatever. I'm indifferent. I'll be the first to admit it. I am totally indifferent. There are just so many other things to worry about in this world. That is sound mind adults, everybody involved, nobody being victimized. That is not what this was. This was years, and it affected the British royal family. And we know, we've had speculation for years. And by the way, the Diddy files are going to do more damage to Hollywood, in my humble opinion. But we've speculated for years how much of this was Hollywood. How I've always asked how Harvey Weinstein works into this and his reach. Remember who he was friends with, Hillary and all those people, Oprah, right? This is massive. This is something that we, the people, have been asking for, nay, demanding. And you have to ask yourself, why? Well, because there were 200 young victims. Girls whose lives were forever changed and potentially ruined. And I hope all of them are getting the therapy they need. I hope all of them are doing the healing that they need, but they never saw justice. Justice was never presented to them as it should have been. Disgusting, horrific that happened that way. And absolutely just horrible. By the way, you're watching The Edge of Liberty right here on the SHR Media Network. Simulcast with my good friends over at KLRN Radio. Please like and subscribe. Tune in. I'm here every Monday and Wednesday, technology permitting, at 8 p.m. Pacific. Thank you so much. If you want to join the chat, the best place to do it. You can chat in some places. Facebook has it. I can't see you in Facebook. It just shows Facebook user, Twitch user, whatever. YouTube, SHR Media YouTube. You go to YouTube, click SHR Media. It'll show that I'm live, and you can jump in the chat there. And thank you, Lost Wander. I know there's some other people who'll be joining us in chat. I've been off a few weeks. Oh, God, technology, man. Technology can be my friend and my biggest damn enemy. And the last couple of weeks, it was my enemy. I got a new to me, high-end, super high-end, excellent laptop. And it does, when it runs, it's amazing. And it decided to stop running about a month and a half ago. For a night, I was able to go in and fix it and adjust some things, and it was fine. And then 2.5 weeks ago, man, it just decided it didn't want to play this game anymore. It powers up, it boots up, but there's a whole bunch of other problems. So I had fortunately, it was with a friend, and a friend who knows me well. The last computer that I was using to broadcast prior to that, the one I am on now, I had to reach out to a friend and say, hey, can I borrow that for a little bit? I hope you're not using it too seriously. Fortunately, they were not. And I'm able to be back on the air. Other woes of technology, my fridge died 2 nights ago, so that's always fun. It's been a hell of a week, man. And the last 5 minutes before I came on the air, I kid you not, I have Satan's hummingbird inside here with me, attacking me nonstop. You don't know what Satan's hummingbird is. It is, of course, the mosquito. And I've been trying to get this bastard for the last, now 15 minutes. And it's been buzzing me, and I can feel it around my legs. And so if you see me slapping, there's nothing wrong with me. Well, there's a lot wrong with me. There's nothing physically wrong with me. I am just so angry at this little bastard that if you see me slapping all over the place, it's because I'm mosquito hunting. Been a lot going on this week. One of my favorite stories. Look, if you've seen this show, if you've seen me especially, I love when chat rooms be in chat room. If you, Rick, good evening. Of course, Lost Wanderer, good evening in chat. But if you've seen me go after media a lot before the election, certainly all my time at SHR Media, any guest appearance, most of the time I end up talking about just how horrible media is, how media will eventually have its comeuppance, how media, as we know now, a large part of it was bought and paid for by USAID, run by Democrats, but how media was doing to this country what USAID was paid for it to do in other countries, which was to destroy the fabric of a nation through lies, misinformation, and propaganda. I've attacked, not just me, but I verbally attacked media over and over and over again, calling them out for their bullshit and lies like everybody else should have, because we knew it. None of these 24/7 news stations are news anymore. It's all opinion. Geez, we've even learned that when it's a disaster or breaking news or something in the moment, they still have a slant where they have absolutely said certain things a certain way. Remember, mostly peaceful protests. And I said that media will fall in this country as we know it. Now, we've seen it with what's happened in Washington, D.C. and all the press, the White House press, the Pentagon press. They've cleaned house. They've gotten rid of some of the legacy media garbage. But the media outlets themselves, you had Jeff Bezos, who owns Washington Post, essentially say, hey, we've been doing it wrong. It's not working. And now our opinion section is going to cover both sides of the aisle and both sides will be heard, which of course, here it is. See, I do plan ahead. I don't care what BZ says about me. And you know what? I can say whatever I want because he's not here to defend himself. So Jeff Bezos put this on X tonight. I shared this note with the Washington Post team this morning. I'm writing to let you know about a change coming over to our opinion pages. We're going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars: personal liberties and free markets. Holy cow, personal liberties. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others. And he goes on and on and on, says, I am of America and for America and proud to be so. He goes on and talks about how BZ does show. You speak of BZ and he appears as he shows up in chat. Bezos goes on and says, I offered David Shipley the ability to be the opinion editor. He said, no, we're going to find another opinion editor, yada, yada, yada. It's changing. It is changing because they see, and look, Bezos is not, he's like Zuckerberg. He is not suddenly a conservative, liberty-minded person. No. They're losing money. They're losing subscribers. Hand over fist. Why, you may ask yourself? Well, because like I said earlier, they have been lying for years. And now that they're getting called out on it, and now that it's starting to hurt their pocketbooks, you're seeing them start to change direction. Case in point, Joy Reid.
Joy what Reid I was doing
was fired by
hand value. And in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV. And I say this kind of like on TV, so I apologize.
I'm gonna let this play for a minute.
And then it mattered. I see Karen is there, and she's been texting me as well. And so what I will just say is that in the end, thank you. Where I land is that the moment that of guilt that I felt that I went hard on so many issues, whether it was
look at how she
the Black Lives Matter issues of a young baby or a mom or a dad.
Look, I'll tell you right now, we all saw this coming. There's no doubt in my mind this was going to happen. You knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. Everybody knew this was going to happen because her numbers sucked. I saw a post out there that said, I can't believe that they fired a woman of color during Black History Month. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages on the left, that thinking is why you lost. People are sick and tired of race and color being both an issue and a defense. And it's true. It is true. Her numbers sucked. The other person, and mark my words, Rachel Maddow is on her way out the door too, in my humble opinion. I think she's gone. She gave a full-throated attack on MSNBC about this firing. And I think she just essentially called them racist. And I think that she's on her way out the door and she knows it, which is why she said what she said in defense of Joy Reid. But we know MSNBC is going to be divested, like Biff just said in the chat. We know legacy media is dying. Look, I don't watch Fox News all that often. Every once in a while, I'll catch a clip here and there. But they're crushing the other ones, and they are center-left at best. Center-left at best. And they're crushing the other ones. Why? Because even though I have my issues with Fox News, every once in a while, they let a morsel of truth trickle through. And you're seeing what I said was going to happen. You were seeing it, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And the other thing you're seeing with the Trump administration, with them being, well, just, I mean, going after, with Doge, going after everything with the chainsaw, talking about our stance in the world, talking about how we're changing the people who are being appointed, everything that is happening that we knew was going to happen, and I'm loving it. I am so not sick of winning, but it's starting to get catchy. Look at this is a German member of the EU Parliament talking about things that need to change.
We need to end the man-made climate change hoax. USAID, afuera! A government agency that fraudulently wastes taxpayers' money, engages in money laundering, and acts as a CIA front to manipulate public opinion abroad to effect regime change must be taken down. USAID has even indirectly funded the Wuhan lab from where the Chinese virus was leaked, which then ushered in the COVID totalitarianism. WHO, afuera! These people are fed up with these unelected bureaucrats of this lobby organization for Big Pharma, who are unaccountable to no one, except maybe to their Chinese donors. President Trump is showing us the way. And unless we want to go down in history as complete idiots, we should follow his lead.
You hear that right there? It's the Trump effect. The fact that we have a nation who's actually willing to lead, who is actually doing the right thing. Yes, AfD came in second in the German elections. The center-right group came in, was the leader. They're already starting to have problems with AfD. That's the actual conservative. But you look at Le Pen in France. You look at Italy. You look at other places. This is what happens when you have a strong leader, when somebody who isn't afraid to tell you how it is and what should be done and what's right. When you have an outspoken person like that, like we do in Trump and the administration, look, it's not just Trump that's been on point with this. It's everybody that he's appointed. They're speaking out. Look, you just had Pete Hegseth go over there. I'm sorry, not Pete Hegseth. Was it Hegseth who just went over there and absolutely destroyed Germany with their free speech, not free speech laws? Right? You get that little trickle of hope in people who maybe have been afraid. We can talk about whether they should have been afraid or not, but they have been afraid to speak up and to be honest, to actually call out what they are seeing right in front of them with their own eyes and start to run with it and start to actually be bolstered enough to say it. And you're starting to see it more and more. America is not just waking up. We are being less woke and we are waking up to the reality. It was JD. Thank you. It was JD. The chat room corrected me. But you also have other nations, small amounts, small tidbits here and there that are starting to wake up. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, I think the UK is going to be having early elections. We all know what's going on in Canada. We all know that there's a chance that the Conservatives in Canada will win. The world, it is changing. And it's changing because people in this country, you and I, got sick and tired of it. What we saw under the last 4 years was the biggest travesty that's happened to America since the Civil War. Self-imposed. I'm not talking about World War II, Vietnam. It's a different topic. I'm talking about self-imposed destruction. It started under Obama. We got a stay of execution for the first 4 years of Trump, but as we know, there were some deep staters that leaked their way into that Trump administration. Something he did not make the mistake this time. And 4 years of Biden, well, we all know Biden didn't run the country. It was a cabal of ultra super duper leftists. And now, because we overwhelmingly won, we spoke up. You and I knew what was right, and we stood up for it, and we voted for it. And now we're starting to get what we voted for. And the rest of the world is starting to follow America again. And I'm not saying being subservient to America. I don't care. When I say follow, I mean doing the right thing for the right reasons. We are an imperfect nation. We always will be imperfect. However, we will always be a leader as long as we are allowed to stand and not be destroyed by the inside. And times, they are a changing, my friend. You look at this administration from Trump all the way down. There's a couple people I'm not head over heels for, but I have confidence in them. And I'll call them out when it comes time. Everybody needs to get called out when it comes time. But look, what did we see this week? The House approved no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. Campaign promise being delivered. It should pass the Senate. It should get signed. I'm okay with that. Tips, I'll tell you right now, and I'd said this years ago, and I've never, trying to think, I may have had one job where I got tips. Yeah, I had one job. I never looked at tips as income because it was a thank you. And I'd said that years ago. I never looked at tips as income. And neither do most states, which is why servers and people who get tips get minimum wage, at least more in other states. I grew up in Massachusetts. If you worked a job where you were getting tips, waitresses, bartenders, etc., there was some sort of special wage they passed where it was like $3.99. So that tip was your income. Whereas in states like California, where if you work at what's qualified as fast food or a restaurant industry, I believe, you're getting $20-something an hour plus tips. It's different. But now nobody's going to have to pay tax on tips. And I'm okay with that. And you're right. They don't have a choice. They are considered income. And I don't think they should be considered income. I really don't. If somebody does something over the top for me, which is what tipping is for, and I've talked about this in the past. If I think somebody was so good that I take extra money on top of the bill out of my pocket and give it to that person, that is me thanking them for going above and beyond, for exceeding expectations. But that is a one-on-one transaction. I also don't believe in inheritance tax. I also don't believe that if somebody hands you $1 million, the government should get their cut out of it. Lottery's different. Gambling, okay. Whatever. We can have that argument. I'm okay with luxury taxes. I know taxes have to exist on some level. What's up? And Facebook, thank you very much. Like I said, I can't see your name with this software. They're supposed to update that so I can, but it just says Facebook user, thank you. But I've never thought tips should be income. Social Security, if you're on Social Security, I don't know who ever thought it should be taxed. That's already money that you've paid to the government for them to hold on to and use for things, as we've seen with USAID, that they shouldn't have been, to use negligently, to use evilly, in my opinion. And now, pardon me. Oh, it's Liz. Hey, Liz, so nice to see you. And now that people are on Social Security, Liz, an old friend of SHR from way back, awesome human being, love her to death. But yeah, and then they said, oh yeah, all that money that we've made money off of and we've paid out to all these organizations and we've used it to cause unrest in countries and yet we're going to tax you on it. Social Security is supposed to be the retirement. You've already paid all your taxes through life. It's like property tax. I will even consider a limit of property tax. Like, hey, you pay it as long as you're paying a mortgage. Okay. And then once you finish your mortgage, you show proof that you own it now outright. The bank no longer owns it and you stop paying taxes on it. Okay. Something. I'll have that conversation. I'm still not thrilled about it, but I understand that we still have to pay for certain things. I'm not an idiot. I'm a big luxury tax. Look, get rid of the income tax, which, by the way, who was it that posted it earlier? Oh yeah, Dan Scavino, who works with the president. You may know him. I think he's the assistant director the White House chief of staff, I think he's the assistant director of chief of staff, said it's time to abolish the IRS. Trump has floated this idea. Yes, get rid of the IRS. They're already saying they're going to close down like 150 IRS offices and lay off 1,000 people. Get rid of income tax. We've talked about this before. You can make it up in other ways. Income tax was never meant to be permanent. But here we are, all these years later, still paying income taxes. Taxes, 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 taxes. We have been beaten with taxes into the ground. Liz, miss you too. And we found out how much of our money was being spent on things that we don't need and we don't want. Medicare, Social Security, Social Security was never going to run out of money. They were spending our money. They were spending Social Security. They were spending more than they had. That's why it was running out. Got to take a quick break here in a minute. When we come back, Kristi Noem released some information that the leaks regarding the ICE raids, they found out who it is, and this is what they're going to do after the break right here on the SHR Media Network. Thank you so much for joining. Get in the chat room. Talk to everyone. Say hi.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government required.
Today at 1-855-585-81776. Your escape awaits.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish. We've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Welcome back here to the Edge of Liberty on the SHR Media Network. Thank you so much for joining me. I think I got the mosquito. So if you're wondering what kind of hunter I am, there it is. Nailed it. In the chat room, so many people talking. Danny Butch is in there. My old friend Liz Loris is in there. Big E, Mission Ready Men's in there. BZ is in there. Rick Robinson, The Lost Wanderer is in there, and others. Thank you so much, folks. Trying to get all of your comments up on the screen for everybody. So we were talking about taxes, and Rick Robinson brought up something that we've all been saying for a long time, and I agree. If you're still paying property tax in your house, and if you fail to pay, they can take your house. You don't own your house. You just don't own it. Look, if they hit you with a one-time tax when you buy it, okay, again, that's a conversation we can have. That's a local thing. That's up jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But I think property tax ongoing in general is just parking tickets. It's just ridiculous. Good news that came up. Supreme Court temporarily halts the order requiring the Trump administration to release billions in foreign aid. You may remember the Trump administration said, hey, we're not paying on anything right now until we figure out where the hell all this money is going, which is why Doge is going nuts as it is. Thank goodness. Because we know it's some shady shit, and we have figured out that it is. Also, Kristi Noem announced, you remember when ICE was starting to do the raids, and it was leaked that they were going to do a big raid in Southern California, the LA area? Kristi Noem announced that they have identified the people responsible for that. They found the leakers, they will be fired, and there will be consequences. It's amazing what happens when you want it to happen. For years, we've whined about leakers and stuff like that, especially when it comes to safety of intel people and law enforcement. And, oh, we don't know who leaked it. Remember the Supreme Court leak? Oh, we don't know who leaked it. Property tax should stop at age 70 at the highest. You're only saying that because you're like 90. So you're starting to see, and again, I call it the Trump effect. You're starting to see this administration, how it is. I showed her evidence earlier, how overseas it's starting to affect people and how it's going to affect people back home. Now, Speaker Mike Johnson, who before the Trump administration was lukewarm. And look, he's putting the bills on the floor that Trump's asking him to. I'll give him credit there. I was lukewarm on him. He did a couple of okay things, a couple of things I wasn't too thrilled about. But he was on CNN, and the conversation of Medicaid came up because, you know, one of the things that the left is doing is everything that gets investigated, oh, they're cutting this. They're doing what I told you they're going to do. They do it with overseas stuff. They're doing it here. If you make cuts to this program, you are going to make sure grandma never eats food again. You are going to make sure little Jimmy doesn't have a school. You are going to make sure that insert Ukrainian name here is going to be under control of Russia. They go the emotional route. They just absolutely attack you emotionally so you feel guilty for doing what's right. That is something that they have been doing for years. Anytime anyone got close, that's exactly what the left will drag out. Oh, if you're doing this, kittens are going to get murdered. Just to make you feel bad, and you go, well, maybe that's not a good idea. Even though you know in your heart of hearts that it was a good idea. So CNN was trying that with Mike Johnson, and one of the things of getting back into the old computers, trying to figure out where everything is. But here's the clip and see how that went.
I challenge you or anybody on your staff, do a word search for Medicaid on the resolution that we passed last night. You will not find it. That is not part of this equation, okay? We're talking about finding efficiencies in every program, but not cutting benefits for people who rightly deserve that. Work requirements for Medicaid. That is something that is public opinion polls almost 90%. You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to work.
And look, we know if you follow Mike Rowe at all, Mike Rowe is amazing. If you don't follow Mike Rowe, you're doing yourself harm. Mike Rowe has talked about the drop in workforce from able-bodied people and how people in their mid-20s just aren't trying to find a job. They're just sitting in mom's basement. Why? The same reason why the illegal immigrants flooded our borders, because they're incentivized to. There's no incentive for them to go to work. There's no incentive for them to get out of the house because they're getting things like Medicaid. Why do you think the illegals were coming here? They were getting incentivized to come here. They would get begged to come here. By the way, speaking of that, Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins announced she will enforce policies to block illegal aliens from receiving food stamp benefits. Another incentive removed from people to siphon off the system. Look, if you were on Social Security because you legitimately cannot work, you've had an incident, an illness, whatever, maybe you could never work. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. Yes, we should help take care of you because you can't take care of yourself. Understood, no problems. It needs to be verified. It needs to be vetted. But once that's done, I am a compassionate human being. The flip side to that is if you are milking this, look, you're talking to a guy who has reinvented himself 4 different times with careers in his life. I'm on my 4th iteration of Sean right now, right? injuries being the driving force. I legitimately, after my last injury, could have filed for Social Security and never went to work a day again in my life. That is not how I am supposed to live. That's not how anybody is supposed to live. Yes, working sucks most of the time. I'll be the first to admit it. If you're at a job where you are not 100% passionate about it, working sucks. Even you could have the coolest job in the world. If you're not passionate about it, you're going to have suck days. But it is what is required of you. Like you said, when it talks about Medicaid, if you're that single mom, however you became into that situation, that's a different conversation. With 2 young kids and you're just barely making ends meet, I don't mind helping. That's okay. But if you are a 30-year-old college educated, I don't even care if you're college educated. Let's say you were in the trades and you fell off and you busted your knee and now you can't go back to the trades. There's so many free training programs out there for you to get a job that you can be successful in. You just have to have the drive. And the trade-off to that is you have to also lose the incentive to just drop onto the couch and get the paycheck. Over $54 billion in improper payments were discovered at the Department of Labor. A lot of that money, where do you think it went? People not working. Look, we know COVID money went overseas to people that never even showed their face in this nation, who were getting benefits, unemployment benefits for COVID money. We know that there were COVID rackets going on here where people were collecting for 5, 6, 7 people, all that COVID money. Remember that sweet, huge bump people were getting on unemployment? By the way, funny story about that, and this tells you how Sean's life goes. I was on workers' comp when COVID really got underway. I worked the first couple of weeks, and then my knee was a work injury. I went out workers' comp. Not making the best money. If you've ever been on workers' comp, it's not as much as you make when you're working. And then a few weeks later, that's when Congress turned around and said, oh, by the way, the unemployment benefits are going to go through the roof, and now like people are going to live better than they ever did working. And I was still ineligible because I was on short-term disability, so I was making even less money than I would have been on unemployment. So if you wonder how, like, I don't know what I've done for karma to get my ass kicked like this on a regular basis, but I can remember, like, wait a minute, I'm making like $800 less a month than other people who were working a job not making nearly as much as I was? Are you kidding me? So that's how it goes for Sean. So to get back to my point before I went off the rails and went crazy, the point is we need to incentivize able-bodied people to get back in the workforce. And look, if you're one of those people and you're looking at me sitting here on Twitch or YouTube right now, you're like, you scumbag, you have no idea what you're talking about. I love being on mom's couch. Look, being able to care for yourself, being able to take care of yourself is one of the most liberating feelings that you can have as an adult. Are you going to be rich most of the time? No. Does that mean the opportunity will always not be there? No, it'll be there. You have the opportunity to be rich. You have the opportunity to build an empire. You just have to put the sweat equity into it. And who knows? You might be working at a job. I don't care if you work in a kitchen and you see a widget that needs to be in every kitchen in the country and will make you billions. You don't know what's there, but you have to go out and go get it. Like I said, the job I'm in now, my 4th iteration, I'm in a cubicle. Never thought in my life. Rick, that was really funny. Rick in chat. I never in my life wanted to be a cubicle person. I fought it. I've never had a cubicle job. I always had a job where I was doing something physical. I fought it tooth and nail. My last injury, my doctor looked at me and said, look, dude, you have used all of the equity in your body before 50, and you need to find a better way because you're going to be walking hunched over with prosthetic limbs most likely at some point if you don't slow down. So here I am. I'm in a new gig. I had to reinvent myself. Either that or, die at 60, which I don't want to do. You have to believe in yourself. You have to take a chance and you have to fight. You have to get skin in the game. You have to get skin in the game as a nation. Be a taxpayer. And then you will start understanding a lot better why so many of us are stoked at what's going on at Doge right now. I could have done the entire show on what Doge has found tonight because it has been incredible in the last 2.5 weeks. But why is it incredible? Well, because as a taxpayer, I'm pissed. I'm angry. I have every right in the world to be angry. You do too. Because our money was being pissed down the drain and we're borrowing and we're paying higher interest. And you and I were paying more and more in taxes. Look, that dollar that you make working gets taxed 16 ways to Sunday. And on top of it all, that money, which, by the way, when they tell you, it's government money, there's no such thing as government money. It's taxpayer money. When it's being given to countries to discover lesbian interpretive dance, underwater basket weaving, and the trans-Irish opera, I'm pissed. It doesn't belong there. All these billionaire leftists, you guys can go fund all that shit. You have the money. Look at how much money is in Hollywood. All you leftists, you want to fund that shit? Nobody is stopping you from writing the check. I don't want to fund it. Taxpayers. And I'll tell you, it's not even an emotional, I don't want to fund it. It's logical. We can't afford this shit. I said it a couple weeks ago. The rest of this country and the leftists in this country think it's totally fine for the taxpayers to take it on the chin for their pet projects. Yeah, no, it's fine. Let them take it to the face. They'll just keep working. Ha ha, suckers. We're going to give this money to whatever. To trans meerkats. Where it's like, wait a minute. You have to keep borrowing money. You have to keep raising the debt ceiling. You have to keep doing all of this shit. And that debt goes higher and higher and higher. And not even my children, not even their children. The children after them are going to be responsible for. And now they're trying to stop it. And the left goes batshit crazy. Not even that they're stopping it. They went crazy when they found out they were looking into it. When they found out they were looking into it, think about that. That's how you know the leftists knew it was filthy. Before anything was even really announced, they were pissed that it was going to happen. Folks, that's like being mad at the cops for raiding your house for your drug stash before the warrant is issued. When they show up and they go, yeah, we got to freeze the house because we might find something inside and we're going to get a warrant. And the person's losing their mind. They're not losing their mind because everything's copacetic inside. At worst, they're going to be annoyed if they're totally fine and potentially file a lawsuit later, whatever. But when you're out front losing your mind, it's because you have something to hide. And when others start pushing for it, look, we know what happened to the Doge nerds and everything that they tried to do to get that kid fired. Data Republican on X. Data Republican has been on top of Doge. She's the one that put together the search engine, I believe. She's been sharing and exposing every single NGO that we funded that we shouldn't have funded. He's always stealing my, yeah, BZ, that's just me. I'm stealing your material all the time, pal. And somebody doxed her. They doxed this woman because she was sharing information that they didn't like. And look, are they an American doxer? I don't know. They could be a foreign nation. They could be one of the foreign nations who the money got cut off from. I don't know. But she's been doxed. And her name is Jenica Pounds. Yes, I do too. Lost Wanderer. Her name is Jenica Pounce. She had to resign to her job. She's doing this Doge adjacent effort as she put on her X full time. And she's documenting the progress that Doge has been making. One of the most amazing things about her that I did not know is she is 100% deaf and nonverbal. I don't know. Oh, she did name him. I didn't see that. I didn't know that, but I think that makes her even more badass. And I don't know why that makes her more badass, but it does. And apparently she's even gotten flack from the deaf community for being politically right, whatever that means. I don't know why anybody would thinks that should matter. It's just like skin care color and your paint job shouldn't matter. For what you believe in and what you don't believe in. I'm reading the chat while I'm trying to read through this as well. And it's just oh man. So we're off to a good start. Like I said, I'm not tired of winning. It's been what? A full month and 6 days? Not tired of winning. It's awesome. And the fact that this is going on, look, I feel bad for Jenica, and the fact that she was doxxed is absolutely horrible. But the fact that they are losing their mind so bad on the left and across the world, all these leftist one world, no border ideal nations, or the nations who we were pretty much just making their whole existence possible, are getting pissed because accountability is coming, because common sense is coming. Mark Wayne Mullins came out today on Newsbacks and said, hey, the Trump tax cuts that are in place, we got to make those permanent. It's a start. Yes, abolish the IRS. I fully agree with it. But you start you start with changes that help. The Trump tax cuts would help everybody. And I know the left is going to do what the left always does. They're going to talk about how it only affects the rich. That's been debunked a million times. One of the things that I would absolutely love to see happen, and I know it'll never happen, repeal the federal gas tax. The tax on gasoline. Gasoline is such a vital, and petroleum in general, but fossil fuels are still such a vital part of our nation. And we, much like coal, our vehicles burn 1,000% cleaner now than they did in the 80s, as do trains, as do tractor trailers, all that stuff. You get rid of the federal tax on gas, and you will have some states follow suit. California will never. They just added 50% per gallon, which is why the state of California is just absolutely garbage. As BC says, California, always say it with a K. But work in the gas tax. Get the price of gas down now. ASAP. 100%. Even before the drill baby drill takes effect, which will take time. We know it will take time. But get rid of the gas tax. You could do that tomorrow. Single bill. Get rid of it. Because that affects so much and so many people. It also would directly affect the price of everything, because the cost to transport everything will go down. Billionaires do not pay taxes, the rant. And if they do, they're ever retarded, which means they, yeah. Yeah, no, our tax code, I'm answering the chat room right now. Our tax code is just absolutely out of control. When you can't even see how big the tax book is on screen here, it's out of control. We need to get rid of it. It just needs to end. But we can do common sense things until we figure out how and why we will pay for things and the ability we'll have. The other thing that we've learned is if we cut down how much the government is spending. We can do that by cutting down how much the government is taking in. Now, luxury taxes, tariffs, all that stuff will go to place. Yes, it'll be a different world. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Consumption tax. You're paying for what you use. In other words, you want to buy a $100,000 car, you're going to get taxed on it. Cool. I'm all right with that. But for those of us who just want to buy milk, eggs, maybe a TV here and there, whatever, we're not going to be impacted by it that much. It's hugely impactful to the average person. And I think gas tax starts with it. Oh, what else are we going to talk about tonight? I don't want to stay on taxes all night because you know how hard it is to make taxes interesting. You know how difficult it is to talk about tax. Look, I mean, I love talking about taxes when I say this, and Nick sort of reported this a couple hours ago. 120 offices nationwide for the IRS and thousands laid off, per the Washington Post. That is something exciting to talk about. That makes me happy. That makes me gleeful. But taxes in general, the ins and out of the tax code and why it's boring and blah, 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 blah. It's just so hard to make that interesting. It really is. Oh, man. And then I talked about earlier, no tax on tips passed. That was awesome. Hopefully that gets passes the Senate relatively quickly. Tulsi Gabbard said that more than 100 intelligence officers will be fired for participating in sexually explicit messages in national security. Oh, boy. This story. When you have a whole bunch of intelligence nerds and they're all sitting around watching deviant porn and cracking one off in their office and in their chat rooms, you have a leadership problem. A leadership problem. And that's what they discovered was going on in the Department of, in the DNI, Department of National Intelligence. Look, there is so much evidence that the government was out of control. This is another pile of evidence. More than 100 people, intelligence officers. These aren't accountants. These aren't administrative assistants. These aren't janitors, and maybe there was some of them, but these were intelligence officers. These are supposed to be the best of the best, disciplined human beings protecting our shores from foreign threats. And they're watching trans porn and cracking one out. The government is out of control. If you can do that in your office at work or on the computer at work, we have a serious problem. A serious problem. And look, like I said, I don't, what two adults do in a closed door in their bedroom, I don't care. But when you're doing it, we're literally paying taxes. We're paying our taxes. And these people are choking one out. And the offices of the DNI to all of this, and the transport was one of the biggest ones, I guess, that was a problem. Leadership problems. Leadership problems. Leadership problems. And yes, those leaders are now gone and replaced. But this shows you what happens when you get administrations that allow this garbage to go on. When everything but the mission is important. When it's all about emotions and feelings. Your job is to make sure that nothing comes here and goes boom, but you can't get something to stop going boom in your office a couple times a day on a government computer. As a matter of fact, one might say you have a hand in it. You can't be watching the nation. And look, I said it before. Do I think that anybody who goes to work should be 100% all the time? No, that's unreasonable. But your mission has to be your focus, and your mission has to be your goal. And you need to make sure that your job is being done. And I am going to say that this report out of the DNI doesn't help me sleep well at night. Considering we're, I don't know, one of those nations where a lot of people really want to blow us up. Giggity. And instead of you stopping them or trying to stop them from blowing us up, you are more focused on blowing yourself up. And when we tell you that the adults are back in the room and shit is changing, that is exactly what's going on. And it is exactly what has needed to happen for a long time. And I'm glad it is. Folks, that's it for me tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry about the couple weeks. Hopefully get it straightened out. Hopefully I get my refrigerator straightened out too. And hopefully nothing else breaks down on me this week. Fingers crossed. That's me tempting fate. I will be back on Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific. Make sure you check out all the great shows here on SHR Media and KLRN. Tomorrow morning, you absolutely have the Rick Robinson Show, but you also have Mission Ready Men with Big E tomorrow night, the bloviating Zeppelin, BZ himself. Friday morning, same thing. Rick Robinson's around, and then you're going to see Jersey Joe Friday evening, and then I'm back Monday. So isn't Rick. All those great things. Check out KLRN, please. Check out our other great shows, please. I hope you have a great week and have a wonderful, wonderful cocktail this weekend. Talk to you soon.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.